Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 21, 2020 Glendale City Council meeting. Due to evolving situation with COVID-19 and health recommendations from LA County Health Department, the Glendale City Council meeting will be available to the public electronically. Due to social distancing requirements, the public will not be able to attend the meeting. This meeting can be viewed on local cable channel 6 through Charter and Spectrum and AT&T Uverse channel 99. You may also stream online through our website www.glendaleca.gov by scrolling all the way to the bottom of the web page and selecting live streaming, which is the third icon from the left. For public comments and questions during the meeting, call 818-937, as you see here, 937-8100. Please do not call in advance of the agenda item. With this being said, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Brotman.
Here.
Devine.
Here.
Kasakian.
Here.
Najarian. Councilmember Najarian.
Here.
Mayor Agajanian.
Present. What's next, please?
Flag salute.
Oh, okay. Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Please remain standing for tonight's invocation. Tonight we give thanks for the continued blessings on the fine city and its leaders. We ask that you be a guide to our council in all of their consideration. We also ask that you be with us in our daily lives, that we may be positive role models for our future generation of leaders. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Ajemian. Next item, please.
The agenda for the July 21st, 2020 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on Tuesday, July 14, 2020 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Next item, please.
Next item would be presentations and appointments. I do believe Councilmember Devine has some appointments.
Yes, thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Jimmy. I would like to nominate Mike Morgan for reappointment to the Glendale Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Kasakian.
Yes, I would like to put forth the nomination for Historical Preservation Commission for Catherine Yurka.
Thank you. Is there any other nominations? Okay. What's next?
The agenda preview for the meeting of Tuesday, July 28th, 2020.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members, City Council.
Yes.
For July 28th, 2020, for the Housing Authority, there are no business agenda items. However, we have a special meeting of the Glendale City Council commencing at 3 p.m. with one item from Community Development regarding citywide pedestrian plan and bicycle transportation plan study session.
Thank you.
In the evening, commencing at 6 p.m. for the regular City Council meeting, there are a number of consent items, starting with two items from Public Works. First, approval of the final map of tract number 82466 for a 5-unit condominium subdivision at 1407 5th Street, followed by bid solicitation for weed control services. The three items from Glendale Water and Power, starting with specifications and plans for the Glendale Heights Tank Replacement Project, and request for proposals for Phase 1 of the Pipeline Management Program for fiscal year 2021. finally, authorization to enter into easement agreements with GLC Colorado LLC for the city's continued placement and operation of Glendale operable unit wells at the properties located on Goodwin Avenue in Los Angeles. And 2 items from Community Development, professional services agreement amendment to increase maximum cost of contract with Overland Pacific and Cutler by $60,000, and appropriating $30,000 for Slow Streets program implementation. Under action items, we have 2. First one from Glendale Water and Power regarding Mylar balloons and related outages, followed by Community Development regarding consideration of ordinance to ban sale of flavored electronic smoking products in the city of Glendale. And that concludes my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, what's next?
Next item is consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of the council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before a motion is approved.
Okay,
I'll move the consent calendar.
thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. May I have a motion for these items?
We have a first and we have
Already
a
moved it,
second.
Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Vote.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajarian.
Yes, what's next?
Next item is city council and staff comments.
Is there any comments?
I have a comment,
Yes,
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Devine.
Yes, thank you. You know, I've been receiving emails regarding the imposition of fines, regarding the lack of face coverings from concerned residents. We're also very well aware of the surge that's going on right now. I've driven throughout the community, downtown, in the parks, neighborhoods. I've walked my neighborhood and beyond, and it's become evident to me that the wearing of face coverings is a suggestion rather than a requirement. So I'd like to ask what my colleagues for a second to ask staff to bring back a report outlining steps that need to be taken for our police department to issue citations with the imposition of fines, as other cities are doing, like Santa Monica, Calabasas, Beverly Hills, to anyone not wearing a face covering in public or at social gatherings.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilmember Devine, this item is a piece of the conversation that we will have as part of the COVID update under 8A, I believe it is. And that will be covered this evening in terms of what the enforcement and the fines are that are associated with the administrative citations. And we'll provide you information this evening on that item.
Great, thank you, thank you. I was aware that we were going to be discussing penalties for businesses, but I wasn't, I wanted to expand it to all residents. So thank you, Ms. Beers. We'll do that later. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from council members? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Kasakia.
Recently there have been a number of articles about, I have actually 3 items I want to raise. The first one is about, and I didn't realize this, but apparently there has been a shortage of coins or change in the country. And some articles that I read up on this to find out more about it, one published by Forbes News stated that as recently as June 11, that the Federal Reserve acknowledged that the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the normal circulation patterns for U.S. coins. In fact, the article said that in the past few months, coin deposits from depository institutions to the Federal Reserve have declined significantly, and the U.S. Mint's production has decreased because of measures put in place to protect its workers and employees. I raise this issue because it's related to parking during the pandemic. On a post recently on the social media site related to the Montrose area, a resident recently lamented their inability to get coins to pay for parking, in part due to many of the stores being closed and because our city has resumed enforcement. And I want to see how we can extend some leniency to people who are parking in business districts in areas where the only option is to pay for parking by coins. And if anyone would like to second this, perhaps we could look into it. But I would also like to know when the parking in Montrose will be configured to have kiosks, like in other areas of Glendale where people can pay by credit card. So that's one of the things I'd like to bring up.
I will second it myself, and I want to add, I made a report on this, and there is really shortage of coins, and people are suffering if they need coins for the dry cleaning places and washers and other stuff. They are having problems.
Yeah, indeed. In addition to that, we are seeing an increased number of people enjoying our open spaces, hiking up in the mountain trails, and I received a couple of photographs and images from the state of affairs on some of the places where people get to, where they get up to the peak, and it was, face masks that had been thrown away, and gloves, and all sorts of waste. I would like to know what we can do to help prevent that in terms of providing more waste baskets, if that's appropriate. I don't know what would be the solution besides having waste baskets, but if staff can look into making sure that those are well maintained, so they also don't provide a potential hazard, depending on what's discarded up there. And maybe put some signage up to encourage people to take their trash back down with them when they go hiking.
We can certainly do that, Councilmember Kasakian.
Thank you. I'll send you some of the photos and images that came to me, and I want to thank all the residents who reach out to me via email or Facebook or however to send me these images. I appreciate it, and I'm passing along your concerns to staff. And lastly, as part of our Greener Glendale plan, as well as other relief efforts for local businesses, I feel that we as a city should consider implementing an environmentally preferred purchasing plan. This plan would entail a bidding preference for greener products and companies who have more sustainable practices. Also, products manufactured or sold locally, and products sold by minority-run businesses and women-run businesses, which I mentioned a few weeks ago. Now, that was from a couple of weeks ago. I want to add this, what the shorthand of it is EPP. Some cities have this to that. So along with minorities and women run businesses and local businesses, also a preference for our city to look at an EPP program. So this would be in addition to that, and the primary goals of an EPP would make sure that the city reduces its toxicity, conserves natural resources, maximizes our recycled content, and we must lead by our own example. When we ask others to change their patterns of behavior or habits that may cause harm to our environment and planet, we must be willing to do the same ourselves. So simply put, an EPP program that minimizes environmental impact whenever possible, and by considering these impacts in public purchasing while being fiscally responsible, our city can reduce its burden on the local and global environment. So I'd like us to start by asking staff to look into this and to bring us back a report and actionable options as soon as possible.
Thank you.
If there's a second.
If I may, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Broughton, Councilmember Broughton.
I support what Mr. Kasakian just said. If it needs a second, I provide a second. I would like to just add I don't know if the term friendly amendment is appropriate right now, but I would like to just add on to that we also look at how we can eliminate the use of single-use plastics within our own municipal operations.
Yes, absolutely.
It's something that ultimately I think we want to take out to the public. This is probably not the best time to be considering additional impositions on restaurants and other small businesses. So I don't think the time is right for that. But I also think it would be great for us to really get the experience so that we can speak from real experience about what works and doesn't, what the costs are, and what the challenges are. So I would just like to add that on if I could.
Sure, absolutely. That again, I believe that these are tough times, but this is also an opportunity for us to explore and look at how we're doing certain things. And certainly, as a city, we should look at how we can eliminate ourselves the use of single-use plastic within the organization. So I'm happy to add that. Although I will say that I don't feel staff should feel compelled to bring those back together as one. Take your time, not too much, but take your time to research each one and bring it back for us to look at. And again, bring us back options for us to move forward so we can get on with having some of the better practices and leading by example.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I had,
Months
Yes.
ago to ask for a report on banning single-use plastics in Glendale, and still waiting for that report. So hopefully it's close to coming to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Broughton?
yeah, I have, I think, 2 items. So one of them is I was very saddened to learn that we had another pedestrian fatality this week. I know you all feel the same way. I don't know the circumstances. I think it's still being investigated, so I'm not going to speculate on what happened. But it reminds us that we have a lot of work to do to eliminate needless pedestrian deaths. There's no reason why we should have any pedestrian fatalities in Glendale, much less be famous for how dangerous it is to walk and bike here. I know that many cities have implemented Vision Zero plans, and they have seen pedestrian collisions drop significantly. So it can be done if the political will is there. I'm not sure to what extent we have had discussions around a Vision Zero plan here. I apologize for that, but I would like to see if we could bring that into the discussion options for us to consider when we discuss the pedestrian and bike plans next week.
Thank you.
And I don't know if I need a second or anything for that, but
Nick,
Now, sure, I'll second it.
okay. The other thing is, you know, we talked, now it's probably been a month or 6 weeks about a blue ribbon panel or a community task force of some kind to look at our looming pension crisis and perhaps more broadly at our long-term fiscal health. I've been reading some articles about how CalPERS has been moving to take on additional risk to increase yields. I understand the pressure to increase yields, but apparently, you know, they're really moving into some more illiquid asset classes and starting to leverage their portfolio with debt. And it just reading about that reminded me, number one, to ask about the status of our plans to set up a task force or a blue ribbon panel, but also to suggest that when we do that, we staff look into what CalPERS is doing, and we perhaps weigh in on whether we think this is an appropriate investment strategy, because it does raise some real concerns. It could work out well, but it's adding a lot of risk to something that is already pretty fragile.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, on this very item, our Finance Director this week is on a webinar related to CalPERS and its investments, and we will be providing information related to that as soon as we gather more information. We've also read the articles and been online and have been trying to keep abreast of these investments, and we're trying to get more information so that we can provide good information to the City Council and be able to provide any sort of feedback to CalPERS.
Thank you. Okay. Now I guess next is community event announcement.
Yes,
Mr.
Mayor. We have 5 callers waiting.
Do we have callers?
5.
So, okay, anybody who likes to call related to the community event announcement, they can do it at this time. We will be taking more than 5 calls, okay? Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to share their comments. Let's go to the callers, if there is any.
John, you're live. John? John, can you hear me? John, can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead, you're live.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Agajanian, council members, and staff. My name is John Gasparian Jr., representing American Reclamation. As a follow-up of our correspondence on the July 7th City Council meeting, we would like to reiterate the pressing issue of action item 8B, referencing the commercial and multifamily solid waste franchise and the limitations of negotiating with only 4 companies for up to 4 zones. Firstly, this option gives the city and its community the least amount of leverage and flexibility when compared to the alternative, which accomplish the same goals. When trying to negotiate the best deal, why not choose to negotiate with the 8 firms who were deemed responsible to service the city? Negotiating with 8 service providers is in the best interest of the city, and negotiating with only 4 is only in the best interest of the 4 selected haulers. It is worth noting the city is not accomplishing the goals of less heavy equipment vehicles on streets with the current selection, as 2 of the proposers who were eliminated at the last city council meeting either have a facility bordering the city or a waste franchise that borders the city, meaning their vehicles would still be going through the city of Glendale streets. American Reclamation is one of those 2 companies, and by approving only these 4, the city is still not limiting vehicle miles traveled as initially intended to reduce the output of greenhouse gases, in addition to reducing wear and tear of city streets. We do commend staff for their time and effort put into this solicitation, but by selecting 8 responsible service providers to negotiate with and allowing for the possibility of 8 haulers to operate in the city, it accomplishes the goals of the city, its residents, business owners, and all concerned parties. By allowing these 8 to compete in a manner determined by the city, with potential rate ceilings built into the agreement, you can monitor and control rates charged, limit the amount of vehicles operating in the city as you have gone from 33 service providers to 8, ensure compliance with city mandates, and retain customer choice of their service provider, which creates a sense of urgency to perform on the service provider's end, and they will still have competition. A system with exclusive zones for only 4 haulers does not pose a benefit for the city when compared to the benefits of 8 qualified haulers to assist the city in their zero waste vision. It is important noting that this does take a lot of time to think about because the agreement is said to be for 10 years with 2 5-year options. Thank you for your time, and as previously stated, we urge the city to reconsider this decision, which greatly limits the options you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have another call?
Gevork, you're live. Gevork,
Yes,
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Go ahead, you're live.
Hello, everyone. I'm just calling in to say that out of frustration, that we're tired of what's going on, and we really can't go on much longer this way. The lockdown has done more damage than this virus ever will. The virus is clearly not as dangerous as they thought it was. And these aren't my words. These are the words of many medical doctors and infectious disease experts that have spoken up about this. We need to open back up. The businesses will, as it is, some businesses are not going to come back. We need to save what's left. We need to get our kids back into school. My entire family came here and built our lives here in this country in Glendale. We've been operating here for 30 years and we're going underwater. We can't go on like this. People that are vulnerable are the ones that need to stay home and take precautions. The rest of us need to move on with life. How much longer are we going to go on like this? I mean, it's really starting to seem like this virus and these lockdowns have become political. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that notices this. In the same time that we're all being forced to lock down and wear a muzzle for months and months, gigantic protests with thousands of people are being openly encouraged. Then when there's a spike in COVID cases, small businesses are being punished and we're being forced to lock down again. I mean, what is this disgusting madness? I mean, we're all okay with locking down for the first month, right, to prevent hospitals from being from overflowing or whatnot. But at this point, it literally feels like our constitutional rights are being eroded. I mean, can somebody step out of their political bubble and just speak up for the tax-paying, law-abiding citizens and families that are afraid or unable to voice their opinion? I mean, I just hope someone can speak up for this for us so that we don't feel like we have literally been abandoned, for Christ's sake. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Diana, you're live. Diana? Can you hear me? Diana, can you hear me? Diana? Diana, can you hear me? Diana, can you hear me? Diana, can you hear me? Diana, you're live.
Is there any other caller? Let's go to the next one and we come back to Diana.
James, you're live. James?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
My
you.
name is Dr. James D. Carley with Save Glendale Riverside Rancho. Back in March, when the new council members were sworn in, Save Glendale Riverside Rancho created 3 plaques to welcome each of the new council members to the city council. One for re-elected council member Paula Devine, and for council members Dan Brotman and Artie Kasakian. As you're aware, during that time, that was the first virtual city council meeting at the beginning of COVID-19. We did hope within a few months that things might change and we could do an in-person presentation to present the plaques. However, as we are continuing to be delayed because of the rising risks, we are presenting this virtually to you. And today we had dropped off the plaques at City Hall, so when you do return to your offices, the plaques will be at your desks. Being a former staff member to City Council and Planning Commission earlier in my career at a different city, I fully understand the dedication and commitment and time it takes to represent our community. So from those of us at Save Glendale Riverside Rancho and the neighboring communities of Glendale, we're honored to have you represent our community of the Riverside Rancho and the city of Glendale. Again, welcome, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just thank John for the plaque, even though I haven't gotten it yet, and I think it's our honor to serve you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so
I
much.
would like to echo the same and say thank you for the recognition. We hope to make you proud on the council and in our service to the community.
Yeah, and if I could add, thanks, Jim, and I appreciated getting to know you and some of the other residents in the Rancho while I was campaigning, and it's an amazing area. It's got so much potential, and we need to do it right. So thanks.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Ara, you're live. Ara?
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members, Mr. Mayor and staff, and the people of Glendale. I'd like to make an announcement, as I did 2 weeks ago. Tomorrow, July 22nd at 7 p.m., we will be having a 5G study session. So here's your opportunity, and we invite, of course, everybody that I greeted a little while ago, Mayor, City Council, and staff, to attend this meeting, this study session, which will be presenting experts on how 5G will be affecting the people of Glendale and our lives. Again, I highly encourage you to join in to this study session. You can go to 5gfreeglendale.com. That's 5G, FREEGLENDALE.com, and join our Zoom session. Again, 7 p.m., July 22nd. This is for a 5G study session. So we encourage everyone to join in, and if you have anything that you would like to say during that study session, the experts will be online, ready to answer. They're going to be from different parts of the world, so we should have some really good information out there. We will be talking about health. We'll be talking about environment. We'll be focusing especially on the legal aspects of it and the FCC regulation and so on. So this will definitely be something that we should all benefit from. Everybody that lives in Glendale we are now live on 5G. We've already gotten our notices from the cellular carriers that's saying that 5G is up and running. So you're really going to want to know what this means to you besides higher speed internet, what it's going to do to your health, and what the city of Glendale, the city council, can legally do to protect us and uphold their oath of office and the United States and California Constitution. Again, 5gfreeglendale.com. We'll see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
Mayor,
Yes.
is Ara still on the line?
Yes, I'm still on the line.
Can you please send that information via an email? Because I
Yes,
tried
absolutely.
that address the last time you
Sure.
announced it. Nothing, I couldn't get anywhere with it. So
No
please-
worries. I'll have Nanor send out emails to every city council member and staff in a little while, so we'll have that address there so you can attend. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All
Next caller, please.
Diana, you're live. Diana?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, distinguished council members and staff. My name is Diana Sadoyan, and we have been impacted. We've been a member of the Glendale community for over 35 years. We are one of many commercial property owners in Glendale that have been heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And my concern is that the landowners in the city of Glendale feel that they don't have a balanced support in regards to the financial impact that they have had as is in favor of tenants. I'm familiar with your small business recovery grant, but as far as commercial properties are concerned, these grants would not even cover months of mortgage for most. So property owners are at risk taking huge financial losses, and would like to know what intentions or plans, if any, does the city of Glendale have in order to protect not only the tenants, but the tax-paying property owners as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Mayor, we have no more calls.
No more calls.
Mr. Mayor,
Is it? Yes, Mr. Kazaki.
there's one other thing that I'd like to ask for staff to bring back, based on just the calls and the emails that we're receiving. When we initially set out to put forth our plans for providing assistance to our residents, both on the commercial and residential side, we knew things were serious, we knew things were tough, but we didn't anticipate how long people would be in this situation, in this kind of frozen, lukewarm economic situation. And I do believe that we're going to have our conversations a lot sooner than we had anticipated. And with that, I would like to see staff, if I can get a second from any of my colleagues, to bring back again the discussion or the review of a possible furloughs for city employees and staff. I believe in a period where everyone's hurting and struggling, and I anticipate we're going to hear more about people's difficulties and the challenges they're facing. We as a city organization, including the council, have to step up and do our part. So if any of my colleagues would second that, I would like us to have a discussion about possible furloughs for city employees and city staff.
Is there a second?
Well, if I could,
Yes.
this was something I asked for earlier, so of course I will second that. I do believe we have is it 2 weeks? We have a year-end financial update, and so that might give us some new insight into how the fourth quarter turned out relative to what we originally expected and what we see going forward, and maybe could inform that discussion. But I believe we do need to keep looking at all the options.
Okay. What's next, Mr. Najimi?
Next would be adoption of ordinance, city attorney, regarding an urgency ordinance extending the discretionary planning entitlements approved pursuant to Title 30 of the Glendale Municipal Code until December 31st, 2020, and declaring the urgency hereof.
Okay, I guess this is presented by, or asked for by Mr. Devine, Ms. Devine. Do I have a second for the item?
I'll second.
Assuming Ms. Devine made the motion.
Assuming Ms. Devine is moving it.
The ordinance, yes.
I will second it.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, you want to add something?
No, we're good now. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes?
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. What's next, please?
Next would be 8 action items, city attorney regarding COVID-19 update, consideration of extension of amendment of public orders on residential eviction moratorium, residential rent increase freeze, and face coverings, enforcement of face coverings, and other public health orders. 1, resolution extending a public order relating to a moratorium on residential evictions. 2, resolution extending a public order relating to a freeze on residential rent increase. 3, resolution amending and extending a public order pertaining to face coverings and social distancing. 4, resolution ratifying an emergency public order waiving fees related to temporary certificates of occupancy, allowing banquet halls to temporarily operate as restaurants subject to public health orders.
Ms. Yasmin Burrs.
Yes, Mayor Agajanian, members of the City Council, we have Silvio Lanzas, our fire chief, on the line with us, who will provide an update on the number of cases that we know of to date. After Mr. Chief Lanzas makes his presentation, we will have our city attorney, Mr. Garcia, provide you information related to the public orders that we have in place in terms of the moratorium on residential evictions, the freeze on residential rent, any extensions that you may want to make on either one of those, including face covering. We will have a piece on citations related to face coverings, and we're also asking you for a resolution related to an emergency public order waiving fees related to temporary certificates of occupancy for banquet halls to operate as restaurants. With that, Chief Lanzas.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Silvio Lanzas, your fire chief, with a report on the numbers. As you can imagine, and as all of you are well aware, the numbers throughout California and within the city of Glendale are not good. To date, the updated numbers worldwide are over 14 million cases with 611,000 plus deaths. The confirmed cases in the United States are 3.8 million plus cases with 140,000 plus deaths. The cases in California, we are over 400,000 plus cases with 7,700 plus deaths. And in Los Angeles County, we are today at over 159,000 plus cases with over 4,100 deaths. The confirmed cases in the city of Glendale as of today is 2,001 confirmed cases with 123 deaths. Aram, if we can go to the next slide. As I have shown this slide several times, I believe this is the 7th or 8th time that I've showed this slide, and I made the mention the last few times that the number that I felt was a number for us to target to show us on some sort of a flattening or stabilizing curve was under 20. And as you can tell in the graph, we have not been under 20 since about early July, since about July 1. Which if you recall, when we reopened, the trailing numbers are something that it's hard to predict when the spikes will come, but we have been over 20 since pretty much the start of July and through the entire month. Next slide, Aram, please. In Los Angeles County, also troubling and also obviously very newsworthy numbers. We have averaged over 2,000 cases since about the same time in early July. And of the last week, we've been over 3,000 cases countywide on the 7-day average. Next slide. This graph I've also shown several times. There was a period of time where we, out of the 333 geographies that are reported in Los Angeles County, cities and communities, we had dropped to about 230, I think, was the lowest number that we were. This is the age-adjusted per 100,000 population case totals, and we are number 205 now, so we've definitely dipped with 831 as our age-adjusted number. The next slide is probably the most bothersome. This slide, I will remind you, is a reversed graph, so negative or lower numbers is not what we want in this graph. Our available hospital beds total in Los Angeles County today is 554 total beds. That's medical, surgical, and telemetry beds. And our available ICU beds is 91, which that number is the lowest it's been since the start of the pandemic. Lastly, the social distancing, next slide, Arm, please. Our social distancing and movement throughout Los Angeles County has maintained fairly consistent for the past month or so, with the movement of walking and driving being above baseline and our transit still being about 60% below normal. That's the end of the data and the numbers. Available to answer any questions. I will say that the caller earlier that mentioned that this is not real, I will say that I strongly oppose those comments and feel that the numbers in our city alone are very real, and we must continue to be the leaders and must continue to ask our community to wear the face coverings, to maintain their social distance, and to stay home when possible, to help us continue to reduce our numbers locally and throughout the county. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Is there any question from Chief Lanzus? Okay, what's next?
Mayor, we do have 7 callers.
We have callers.
Before we go to the callers, we're going to go to.
Can you go to,
city
you have to
attorney.
run the slide for me because I can't make it work from here. It's the same one, you just have to.
Here, go the other way.
No, you should just go to the back of where Silver left off. That one goes. There we go. As Ms. Spears indicated, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we are bringing back to you consideration of a few of the.
I'm sorry, stopping you. Chief Lanzus, thank you very much. Okay.
So the first of those orders is the residential eviction moratorium, expires on July 31st. The council can extend it or not. A number of the cities that we've been following or jurisdictions we've been following have been extending it beyond July 31st, and I'll get to that in a minute. One of the issues that we put into the report was the issue of the notice and the documentation. Previous orders that we had, we were following the governor's eviction orders. So the governor's eviction order, which has now expired, provided that the notice of a tenant providing notice to their landlord that he or she was not going to be able to pay their rent. The tenant had up until 7 days after the rent was due to provide that notice, not to exceed 7 days. So we were following that, but the council now has because we were required to, the council now has the authority to amend that if it want to and require it to be, the notice to be provided anytime prior to the rent being due. I would note that when our first eviction order required that notice to be provided 14 days before. I'm not sure that that's necessary, but the council does have that discretion to choose a date anytime prior to rent being due. The other issue that we were bound by the governor's order was the issue of the documentation that was required of a tenant who was stating that he or she could not pay rent because of a COVID-19 related reason. The governor's order only required that the tenant retain that documentation, then provided at the first available time that they were being required to start paying back their rent. So our order also said that. So the city has the authority to make that change as well, and to require, as some other jurisdictions do now, to provide that documentation at the time the tenant makes the notice or makes the request to delay payment of rent. So if the council were to extend this rent eviction moratorium for the August rent, the tenant can be required to provide COVID-related documentation, and it could either be in the form of self-certification, which is kind of where we're at right now, or some form of documentation, and I'll go through that in just a minute. So, Aram, can you go to the next slide? So, these are the things that our prior order before the governor's order kicked in said in terms of the documentation that would need to be provided. So it could include termination notices, paychecks or pay stubs, and that would be pre-COVID and post-COVID to show the difference. Bank statements that were pre-COVID and post-COVID showing that loss. Medical bills associated with COVID-19, child care expenditures, or a letter from your employer indicating that your hours had been reduced. And it could be whether it was the decision of the business that they were required to do it, or they were required to close or shut down because of COVID-related reasons. Next slide. With respect to the rent freeze, again, this is duplicative of the prior presentation, but this is what would apply. It has been in effect since March 24th, and landlords will not be able to issue new rent increase notices during the effective date of this rent freeze. So if the council were to extend it, any rent freeze notice will be essentially invalid until the rent freeze is over, and then at that point the council could, the landlord would be able to notice a new rent increase. And then again, it only applies to residential rentals that are not condominium units, not single-family homes, and not apartment buildings. It would only apply to buildings built before February 1, 1995. And it also applies to ADUs and hotel rooms that are being rented as extended stays. Next slide, Aram. So and this is actually changing pretty rapidly. I just wanted to provide a summary of the status of some of the other jurisdictions, and some of this has changed even since the report was published last week. Burbank there's a set to expire on July 31st, but my understanding is they have a report going to their council next week. Culver City is already at August 31st. City of LA, as you know, is for the length of the emergency period, 12 months thereafter. County of Los Angeles their board of supervisors had it on their agenda to extend it to September 30th. I don't have confirmation of that yet, but I do believe that looked like that was
Approved today.
It was approved today. So both their rent freeze and their eviction moratorium are extended to September 30th. Pasadena is also tied to the length of their health emergency. Santa Monica extended their eviction moratorium to September 30th. And as you know, one of the controlling factors here is the California Judicial Council's order, which currently is still in effect and will not allow eviction or unlawful detainer proceedings to occur until the date that is 90 days after the governor declares the state of emergency lifted. So a very far period out from this point. Again, there's been discussion about the Judicial Council revoking or revising that rule. And our understanding, just based on news articles, is really all we can do is that they are waiting to see if the legislature will step in and write its own rule, for lack of a better term. Next slide, please. We did, as Ms. Spears mentioned, we did want to talk a little bit about the orders, face covering orders and social distancing orders and enforcement of those orders. As you may recall, we discussed previously, but just to remind you, currently under our orders, the city has the authority to issue administrative citations. Those citation amounts are $400 for the first violation, $1,000 for the second, and $2,000 for the third. A violation of these orders is also a violation of the municipal code, so that's a misdemeanor. It could be also enforced that way. As you're aware, the current practice is through education warnings, both whether it's the police department dealing with individuals out in the public, whether it's a face covering or social distancing, or whether it's neighborhood services enforcing with respect to businesses that are not enforcing social distancing and face coverings. These are the numbers both for community development and the police department in terms of site inspections and site visits for community development, and police department calls for service. You can see a little bit that the numbers have gone down, especially for police, and I think the best explanation we have for that as time has gone on from the perspective of the staff, there's been more compliance, more follow through. I know you've gotten different conflicting reports on that, so it was certainly something for us to discuss this evening. But those are the numbers in terms of the sort of the interaction with the public or interaction with businesses that our staff is seeing related to specifically to social distancing requirements and face covering requirements. Next slide, please. So just want to also provide you a comparison of what some of the other cities are doing in terms of these health orders, especially related to face coverings and social distancing. Burbank, Culver City, and Pasadena are essentially doing what our practice is. We do know that Santa Monica and West Hollywood have issued some citations. It doesn't seem like it's a lot, but they have used it at some times, and the Los Angeles Police Department is not issuing tickets or cites for face covering or social distancing using education and warnings. I would note, because you referred to it, Councilmember Devine, there are obviously a number of cities that have made the news for adopting ordinances or orders, putting in citation authority, but in many cases, it just like us, we have that authority, but it has not actually been utilized. Like I said, as far as we're aware, there are a few jurisdictions that are doing it. Cities are giving their staffs that authority in case there are, egregious circumstances which need to be remedied and can only be remedied by way of a citation. And we feel like we've gotten compliance when we respond to people, either at businesses or individuals that we have interactions with. Next slide, please. The last action item on this agenda item is related to the banquet hall conversions. A number of the banquet hall facilities do want to convert to restaurant use, and to be able to do that, obviously right now, to do it indoors, it would be prohibited by the state and county health orders, but once those, if and when those are lifted, then they'd be able to use that, and if to the extent that they have outdoor dining capacity, they'll be able to use that as well. So this, the city manager signed an emergency order waiving those fees through December 30th, and so we're asking for council ratification of that order. So that's, I think that's the last slide. Yeah. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions as relates to the order specifically, or is there, obviously, we anticipate a discussion on enforcement issues, and certainly Chief Povolitis and Mr. Lanzafame can chime in on those issues.
Mr. Mayor, I have one question for
Yes,
Mr. Garcia.
Ms. Paula Devine.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, I heard that the county supervisors are currently proposing that all the cities in the county adopt their regulations for the eviction moratorium and the freeze. Would our resolution supersede theirs, or would theirs supersede ours if they try to do something like that?
Our view is that the county does not have that authority to impose an eviction order on us or on our residents. The way that theirs has been worded previously is it's not effective in any city that does not have an eviction order. And I'm not sure, I haven't heard that they wanted to change that to just say it would supersede all local. We don't think that they have that authority. There is some dispute, I would say, among lawyers about whether they have that authority. There's an attorney general opinion which suggests that they do. We don't view that as the correct view, but again, as we explained the last time, if the council wants to have an eviction moratorium or continue it, then it should adopt it and not rely on the counties, because it's an open question whether or not tenants would be able to utilize the county's moratorium in that circumstance.
Thank you.
And then on the rent freeze, the county's rent freeze order is specific only to unincorporated areas in LA County.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, just add on to that.
Yes, Mr.
So I had the same question, and
Mr. Brotzman.
Someone wrote to me and said that at the Board of Supervisors meeting, they actually said that in 2 weeks they're going to come back and talk about whether to make their order the baseline for all 88 cities. So it's probably something we need to keep an eye on.
We will watch that, and again, I think if it's, they always described it, as far as I know, as a floor, and then cities would have the authority to make it stricter. Again, though, I don't necessarily know that they have that authority, but we'll watch out for what how they're gonna they're going to phrase it.
Thank you. Is there any question, council members, from our staff? Oh, well,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but
yes,
can I just
Ms.
ask Mr. Garcia, if they do say that, Mr. Garcia, if they do, the county supervisors do vote and say that LA County, we all have to follow, they would supersede us?
In my view, no. They may say that, they may have that view, but our view is no, they don't have that authority.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we go to
If
our.
I could, I have another question for Mr. Garcia.
Please, go ahead.
With regard to the documentation, how would a landlord determine whether the documentation is sufficient, or who would decide whether it's sufficient, and how do you avoid all kinds of conflicts over the documentation just being incomplete and then you end up into harassment with a tenant that may really not understand what is required, may not necessarily be able to easily put together whatever the landlord is demanding.
Councilmember Brotman, based on what some other cities have done, and we would try to follow that model, is to have a form that could be made available for tenants who need to provide that. So you're providing a checklist, and then they provide the documentation that satisfies that checklist. I do anticipate there will be some issues, just like there was when we first instituted the moratorium, and I think with the assistance of our housing staff that's been working on it, I think we'll hopefully be able to work through those issues. There will be some disputes, no doubt. One of the big challenges is even if we extend the moratorium and we put the documentation in place, we still have the fact that landlord who has a legitimate basis to say that the tenant's in default because for whatever reason, that say for example the tenant doesn't provide the documentation, they're still not going to be able to go to court to evict them. So we're still going to have to deal with that. But we think there's enough models out there that we can make sure that at least there's some guideposts for the landlords and tenants to follow, and then we'll try to see what the outcomes are as we implement it.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable that people need to show that they are legitimately, suffering a loss of income. I'm really worried about, tenants getting harassed and especially in light of the fact that when we were going through Measure S, I think we decided not to put any money towards tenant legal services. So, there's very limited, I think, unless I'm wrong, I think there's very limited support for tenants that may be confused about what's necessary or whether the landlord is legitimate in rejecting their documentation as being incomplete. That's the thing I worry about the most.
I understand, and I think it's a legitimate issue to be concerned about, and we'll watch it and work with CDD to do the best we can to help landlords and tenants.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Najarian.
It's a very interesting issue, and it unfortunately, I think it highlights the failure of government to be able to come into an economic system and right any inequities. And what I mean is that the entire civil code relating to landlord-tenant issues is very much in favor of the tenant, in the sense that there are very precise and detailed procedures that the landlord must go through. A tenant may extend a lawful eviction for months, up to 3 months, and this is in the best of times. How can a landlord be assured that even if a tenant comes with the proof that we're asking for, extra child care, extra medical expenses, how does a landlord know whether or not that tenant or the other occupants have have or have not been receiving state unemployment, tacked on the $600 per week federal assistance, which can be quite a sum of money. I've spoken to some business owners whose employees refuse to come back to work because they are making more money with the state unemployment and the federal unemployment. So that's not an argument about the value of those benefits, but merely to state that such benefits may be unknown to the landlord and withheld and not disclosed to the landlord by the tenant. It's a bad situation all over. I'm not sure about landlords harassing tenants. I mean, that's an interpersonal issue. I know that the laws before this pandemic were not bad and that's someone who practices landlord-tenant law on both sides, someone who actually has been a tenant as well. So, the problem is the government coming in, whether it's the county, and I would highly resist any attempt by the county to impose their rules and regulations on us, the city of Glendale, a chartered and independent city. But I would highly resist any of their attempts to do that. And let's not forget that the overall, this is the point I made 2 weeks ago, or maybe it was 3 weeks ago. Whatever is going on, whether a tenant can show proof, whether he has no legitimate reason not to pay rent, a landlord may not be able to even file a unlawful detainer against that tenant, we know, for at least 90 days. If we had the vaccine today and all the drug therapies and everyone was cured, there'd be 90 days freeze on the landlord from filing. And as I told you, it can be up to 3 months at a tenant out of a unit. So up to 6 months on top of the 4 months that the rent has been, let's call it abated for now. I mean, that's a burden which is too high to bear for most of the landlords. I believe that it's going to result in many landlords going out of business, other people buying, evictions being done for upgrades of the apartment. It's going to send the entire balance of housing just down the tube. So it's a very difficult, I guess my point is, in short, a very difficult situation. I think we have to be even-handed when we talk about remedies and be as light and have as light a touch as possible, because this is not a situation that the government, the government of the city of Glendale can resolve. We don't have the resources. We don't have a treasury or a Federal Reserve to pump out money. This is better for the federal government and perhaps our esteemed colleagues at the state government to find a solution. It's imposing a terrible burden on us as council members to deal with both sides of this issue, and it's something that's literally out of our hands. And even though people look to us for help, it's a very unfortunate position that we all, no matter which way you lean, that we all have been placed in. I think we should tread very carefully and cautiously as we move forward.
Thank you. Now I would like to take any calls from the public as it relates to item 8A.
Bridget, you're live. Go ahead, Bridget.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bridget McNally, and I'm calling in reference to action item 8A. I'm firstly calling to demand that the council extend their eviction moratorium and disavow their absurd and onerous quarterly repayment plan. Our COVID response should at least mirror the protections afforded by LA County and the City of Los Angeles. We are currently far below those barometers. Glendale tenants deserve better, than what they've been getting from this council. I would like to remind each and every one of the council members that 67% of their constituency are renters. We are the super majority here in Glendale. Many of us are working class, and the pandemic has ransacked our economic stability. You, our elected officials, are beholden to us, the residents, not the checkbooks of your developer donors. Councilman O'Brotman and Kasakian, I'm especially looking at you. Every one of the members of this council were elected on the votes of renters, but you two particularly were elected because of your promises to work on Glendale's housing crisis and to work with community organizations and tenants. You need to fulfill your promises to us. Also, side note, in reference to Councilmember Devine's comments regarding repercussions to the Glendalians who failed to adhere to the mask mandate, I'm curious to hear how you as a council are planning to tackle the Glendale Police Department's failure to wear masks when engaging with the public themselves. Will they face consequences, or will this council force the residents to adhere to laws and regulations that are not being imposed on the police force that will assumedly be enforcing these regulations? Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing your actions and votes this evening.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Jordan, you're live. Jordan?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. This is Jordan, calling in from the Glendale Tenants Union again, just like Bridget, who just called. I want to urge the council members to vote to extend the emergency eviction moratorium for as long as possible. LA City protections, and especially county protections, are much stronger than Glendale, as you know, and I would urge you to please protect us tenants at least as much as our neighbors throughout LA County. Organizations who are working directly with tenants, like the Glendale Tenants Union, are already working with a lot of tenants in crisis every week. It's a huge part of what we do as a tenants union, and we're all volunteers. We're not paid, spending many, many hours every week to try to stop illegal tenant evictions, tenants stressing about getting 3-day and 60-day notices even during the eviction moratorium, and what to do talking with tenants about landlord harassment. This is happening every week. It's happening every day. Illegal evictions are happening during the pandemic in the county, and we need to make sure that this does not happen in Glendale. The Glendale PD needs to make a statement not to participate in any lockouts and unlawful evictions during the moratorium. Tenant protections need to be well known and enforced. I'm a tenant in Glendale, and that's my main concern, who we're hearing from at the union every week. Community organizers, tenants' rights counselors, and pro bono lawyers are working tirelessly for tenants right now, and we need your support. In addition, I'm also really worried about smaller landlords who are in Glendale, as I know they're hurting right now as well. Unfortunately, this is creating a situation where small landlords are feeling economic and pandemic stress, and then they're trying to squeeze and harass their tenants to cover the financial losses. Many tenants can't be expected to pay. I'm worried that over 35,000 tenants will be evicted in Los Angeles if the eviction moratorium is not being extended and relief isn't more meaningfully offered to tenants. This is something that's going to hurt both tenants and landlords if tenants don't get the support that they need. I'm worried for small landlords who will likely go bankrupt and pave the way for corporate landlords like Blackstone, Graystar, and many more to swoop in and buy up properties that will further depersonalize landlord-tenant relations and squeeze tenants even more. We can't let this happen in Glendale. Even before the pandemic, rents were really unaffordable to most Glendale tenants. So please expand protections to at least the county level and follow Healthy LA's recommendations for tenant support during the pandemic. I have been hearing your conversation, and I totally disagree with the hands-off approach. I think this is a time we actually really need rent relief, and if you yourself don't have a huge treasury to draw on, there are definitely real allocations of funds and pressure you can be putting on bigger government to support tenants, as well as enforcing protections that are already in place. There's so much you can do, and I know, we really need your support, and it's really the time to step up right now. It shouldn't be a partisan issue. please support tenants and reach out to organizations for what you can do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one.
Karen, you're live. Karen?
Hi. Okay.
Go
First
ahead.
of all, please extend the eviction moratorium and rent freeze until the end of September, following the example set by the LA County Board of Supervisors earlier this afternoon. Okay, number two, regarding the documentation issue, this actually is proving to be a very difficult barrier. I'm actually going to point to a state example. According to the EDD, there are 1.88 million Californians who applied for unemployment aid who have not yet received it. That's nearly 1/3 of the over 6 million who applied. So I heard earlier this year that why are renters getting all this federal aid and not paying their rent? Well, the fact is a huge chunk of us are not getting that aid. This is actually through no fault of their own. It's because many of their claims have actually been approved, but it's being held up due to documentation issues, so they need to confirm their identity. And because of this small bureaucratic hurdle, they have gone 3 to 4 months without any kind of income due to no fault of their own. So requiring tenants to provide documentation at the beginning is also going to be exceedingly difficult. That in many cases, like, how do you prove that you have no income? I spoke with one tenant who is actually a white male conservative who has friends and relatives who are landlords. He's not trying to be difficult. He honestly can't pay his rent, and all he has is an email saying, well, we canceled your gig because, everything shut down. And seriously, does that constitute proof at all? Okay, and I've heard from another tenant who got a completely illegal eviction notice. I have permission from this tenant to share her documents with you, which I will be happy to forward to you tomorrow as soon as I've blacked out her name. But I was actually going to bring up these issues to you during your afternoon Housing Authority meeting. I was really looking forward to the joint meeting between the City Council and the Housing Authority to discuss expansion of the eligibility criteria for a tenant commissioner. And so I'm going to close with this very simple question. What happened to that agenda item? When exactly do you plan to discuss it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Ara Kasabian. Ara, you're live.
Yes. Hi, my name is Ara Kasabian. I live in Adams Hill. I wanted to talk to you regarding the enforcement of the face mask ordinance. The numbers that were presented earlier by Councilman Broadman. Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So the numbers that were presented earlier by Councilman Broadman make it clear that we are not going the right direction as a city. The problem is that in order to reverse this trend, in the absence of widespread testing, which we don't have, and contact tracing, which also don't have, our best defense against the pandemic is wearing face masks. But as you're probably aware, in a recent survey, Glendale ranked dead last in terms of wearing face masks, immediately followed by La Crescenta and La Cañada. It kind of doesn't matter where you go in the city, you will still see people not wearing face masks. And the reason why people don't do that is because people are not personally affected by the tragedy, maybe. And this is exemplified, for example, by my 84 mother's caretaker, who has told me that. The issue is that if we wait until people are personally affected, then we're going to be up the creek without a paddle. And so, people's opinions are not going to be changed until that happens. So I really think that the only way that we can start to make a difference and start to turn this ship around is by starting to enforce the ordinance and issuing citations. I don't think education has worked so far. I don't think it's going to work. I think maybe by hitting people in their wallet, that's the only way that we can start to make progress in the fight against the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Stephen, you're live. Stephen?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Agajanian and members of the City Council. This is Stephen Small, 2020 President of the Glendale Association of Realtors. And on behalf of our 1,600 members, I would like to share the community's dismay with the continuing COVID-19 crisis and all of its ramifications. We are fully cognizant that many tenants continue to be out of work. At the same time, we know firsthand of the difficulties faced by property owners in paying their own bills without full rental income. It is with understanding of both sides of the issue that we support a 30-day extension of the city's eviction moratorium. We also believe it is in the best interest of our residents for the city to have such an ordinance in place and not abdicate that responsibility to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. We appreciate the inclusion of a requirement for a tenant to provide his landlord proof of an inability to pay his or her rent in full, and the penalty that can be imposed if such proof is not given. Thank you for your continued consideration of all sides of this difficult issue and your incredible leadership during this time.
Thank you. Next caller.
George, you're live, George?
George, you're live, George?
George, can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, George.
Hi, council members. Thank you for taking my call. My name is George. I'm a landlord in this city, own a few small units, and I was just calling to essentially advise the city council to be done with this rental eviction moratorium, and especially be done with this rent freeze. I have 3 tenants in this city who haven't paid me any rent, and Councilmember Brothman was concerned about the problems between tenants and landlords as far as documentation is concerned. I can pretty much tell you that none of my 3 tenants who haven't paid have provided any documentation. They just pretty much told me that they're not going to pay. They can't pay because of Corona. Their words. I know and they know that the Judicial Council is not even accepting any unlawful detainer filings, so they know the law better than you probably, and they're taking advantage of this entire situation. One tenant that I have is currently $10,000 in the hole. By the time this is done, he's probably going to owe anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000. I'm never going to collect this. You know this. I know it. And like most landlords, once this is done, the tenant is simply going to move, and I'm going to be left holding the bag. I'm going to have to find a lawyer to sue him, to take him to court, to try to collect our money that I'm lawfully owed. And the chances of me collecting this are practically zero. So you don't have an eviction moratorium. In essence, what you have is rent forgiveness. That's what it's going to come down to when this is all said and done. You guys had this for about 4 months. It's time to be done with it. Okay? America has had recessions before. America has had tough times before. But this is the first time that I know of that the burden of bad economic times of a recession is being placed on a small group of people. I live in this city too. 66% of the city are renters. I know that. But I also live in this city. I'm a constituent. Okay? I'm not Donald Trump. I'm not rich. We're not walking around trying to terrorize our tenants. We're just trying to get by, like everybody else. 4 months of rent forgiveness, not rent freeze or rent eviction moratorium or whatever you guys call it. It's rent forgiveness. No one's going to pay this. You guys know this. On another note, this rent freeze, as if the eviction moratorium wasn't enough, you've gone beyond this, and at this point, you're especially, I mean, if I have a relationship with a tenant, you guys allow landlords to increase rent 7% every year, and now you've taken away this right from landlords. This is wrong, okay? I understand tenants make up the majority of voters, and I understand that some of you have to pander to them. I get that. But we're citizens too. We're residents of this city as well, okay? And 4 months is enough. Stop this, forget the eviction moratorium, forget the rent freeze, and just let us get back to work. People aren't paying rent because they know they don't have to pay rent. People who can pay rent are not paying rent. And small mom and pop landlords are suffering because you guys have decided that getting votes on the next election is more important than people's constitutional rights. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Scott, you're live, Scott.
Yeah, hi, this is Scott Peer. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Great. Yeah, thank you for listening. I'd like to talk about COVID-19 and the unacceptable response to the pandemic at every level of government. Our federal government is among the worst in the world, and California's response has been awful too. But that doesn't let Glendale off the hook. Taiwan had 7 deaths in a nation with 24 million people, which is 100 times Glendale's population. So Taiwan has a death rate over 1,000 times better than Glendale. Happy talk is not going to end the pandemic. There has never been a successful vaccine for any coronavirus after decades of attempts for diseases like SARS. There is no evidence of permanent immunity in people who have been infected. As the disease spreads and mutates, we will see more infectious and deadly strains. Testing negative only indicates that your sinuses are not shedding enough virus to be detected by the lab. It says nothing about what's going on in your internal organs. We have no idea about the long-term effects yet. It could be like AIDS, where the worst effects aren't seen for years. People don't just catch the disease. The spreaders, who are going around without masks and gathering in groups, are infecting the rest of us. The spreaders are killers like gangbangers, but instead of shooting bullets out of guns, they're shooting coronaviruses out of their mouths. The proposed face covering resolution is good, with fines starting at $400. I totally approve of that. However, I talked with 3 different people in the Glendale Police Department, and they all said that our police are under orders from the chief to not write tickets for COVID-19 related violations. So the resolution is a dead letter. It has no effect if the police don't write tickets. The spreader will learn a lot more from a $400 ticket than hearing the same lecture they heard every day for months. We are in a deadly crime wave. Glendale is the most dangerous it has been in the 33 years I lived here. The spreaders are killing another Glendale resident every day. The police must take action. The Glendale City Council must order the police to write tickets for face covering violations. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mary, you're live. Mary?
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. With the current surge in COVID-19, LA County has extended the eviction moratorium, rent deferment, and rent freeze until September. And I urge the city also to protect the renters of Glendale and extend the moratorium until September. Also, I urge you to extend the rent freeze for 1 year, like the city of LA and other cities. During these times when there is great economic hardship, no one is getting any raise, and this is not the time for rent increase. Rent increase means extra profit. It is inhumane for landlords to make extra profit at such a time. Landlords have already increased the rent unjustifiably during the past few years, where most of our income has been transferred to landlords. They have amassed great savings as a result. We cannot afford a rent increase now or within the next year. It is inhumane to increase rent at times like these. Even the 7% will be too much because of the inflation. As your previous caller said, he was complaining how you have not allowed him to increase rent. There are such landlords, and it's a duty of the city council to protect the renters. Majority of Glendale residents are renters, and we are already rent burdened, and we don't have extra money to give to landlords. Majority of Glendale renters are paying their rents. And I know that the California Apartment Association is sending action alerts to direct city council members and calling them and to mobilize landlords to call you and to influence the city council. We are the majority who voted for you, and many are afraid of retaliation from their landlords, and they're not calling. And I would like to also mention that, Mr. Najarian, listening to you last time and this time, you seem as very inconsiderate and very selfish. And when you talk about the renters, you have no humanity. I know you are a landlord and you're looking for your own interest, but this is not the time to be so selfish and self-centered. And it's a little time to have a little to put aside your arrogance and have a little humility and to be concerned about those who voted and the majority of the resident constituents who are suffering. And I know people who own little small few unit apartment buildings, and they're making a lot of profit and they're making lots of money. So I know these stories where landlords are calling, but the tenants are suffering more. And when Mr. Najarian last week he said that the landlords are suffering more, it's so he's out of touch with the city. I don't know why he's sitting on the city council, because he doesn't represent the city of Glendale. And it's time to remember who the residents are and to have a little consideration and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Armin, you're live, Armin. Armin, can you hear me? Armin? Armin, you're live. Can you hear me? Armin? Armin, you're live. Armin? Mayor, would you like me to go to the next caller?
Okay, we don't have any more calls?
We do.
Let's go to the next call.
John, you're live. John?
Yes, I am here.
Go ahead.
I'd like to thank the council, Mayor. I'd like to talk about the ordinance fining people for not wearing masks, and perhaps a better strategy, because I too have found that the police department is not willing to enforce that ordinance as directed by the chief. And so, knowing that the city has limited policing resources, I think a smarter strategy might be to impose much larger fines on large gatherings, which have the risk of being super spreader events. For example, up here in the Vertigo Woodlands where I live, there are parties every week, a block over, and I call the police department every week, and it sounds like I'm annoying them. I think the party would stop if there was a $1,000 fine imposed on any kind of gatherings. I see people in parks sitting on benches in large groups across from one another without masks on. And we're talking about larger groups than a nuclear family. We're talking about parties. So these are very visible things, and I think word would get out very quickly if those who were gathering in large groups were faced with very large fines that escalated as they became repeat offenders. I am a father of an 8-year-old who can't go to elementary school in Glendale because the schools are closed. We are spreading the virus, and we're not taking responsibility on our own, and so we need direction from the city, and we need enforcement from the police department to get people in the city to do the right thing. I think the ordinance without teeth is not working. I'd like to be able to open my business in the city, and I'm asking the city to help put some teeth behind large gatherings getting banned and people starting to wear masks so that we can get back to normal, because Anthony Fauci said 4 to 6 weeks with masks, and we could bend the curve on this thing. So we might not be able to do that everywhere, but today California surpassed 400,000 cases. We better start doing it right here locally, and I'm looking to the government here to put some teeth and direct the chief of police to start prioritizing this, because this is the number one threat to safety and to the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The next caller.
Alan, you're live. Alan?
Hi. I just want to thank Mr. Najarian for actually considering landlords. I understand landlords are not the majority, but it's interesting how tenants like the caller, I think her name was Mary. It's interesting how they can call in and just pretend like landlords are some sort of wealth fountain, and how somehow landlords are rich. The landlords don't have any responsibilities. I mean, they don't consider the mortgage payments. They don't consider anything. I mean, and then they call people that care about landlords inconsiderate and out of touch and selfish. I mean, they're the ones that are selfish over here. We're people too. I mean, I'm not rich. I have some units here, and I'm very nice to my tenants, always have been. But clearly, there are tenants taking advantage of this, and we can't do anything about it. It's not about making more profit. How do you know the landlord is making more profit? I mean, it's just so ignorant to assume that all landlords are on a profit, only profiting. A lot of landlords are not profiting. A lot of landlords are actually negative. They're actually making payments. And, it's just ridiculous to hear tenants. I understand tenants are majority. But you have to consider that landlords are human beings too. We're not rich, okay? We're just normal people that have to make payments. I mean, it's so funny how these tenants can just call in and just are completely oblivious to the responsibilities of landlords. I think that these tenants need to educate themselves a little bit about what it takes to be a landlord before calling in and spewing this kind of ignorance. Okay, thank you, Mr. Najarian, for actually considering landlords and their responsibilities, and I hope that everyone there considers the landlord. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Haley, you're live. Haley?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Awesome. So I'm also calling to talk about the eviction moratorium, and I would like to ask you guys to please extend it to September like LA County did. There was a landlord, George, I think, who called a few people back, and he was saying he was one of the good guys, but then he was also begging you to let him evict his tenants, and was saying that people are taking advantage of the law, but I think what he meant was that people are just following the law and that they know their rights. I mean, I know the other landlord who just spoke before me was saying that tenants are selfish and need to educate themselves. And I'm like, look, I'm a tenant. I've been educating myself. Everyone in the tenants union here in Glendale has really been educating themselves. And I do have sympathy for mom and pop landlords. I think that that's important for them to know that, tenants have a grip on reality. And I understand that there are mom and pop landlords, but there also are a lot of people in the county who are landlords and who are making insane profits off of their developments, their commercial spaces, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that, I'd like for us all to be able to see the humanity in each other more. And I think that part of that is extending the eviction moratorium, and also Glendale City Council, you guys really, getting on your horse and trying to actually start doing something to solve this. I think you have just been doing the bare minimum and just putting things off, kind of following LA County, but never making the first move. And it's not doing anyone in the city any good. It's making tensions just rise, making people upset at each other. But you guys play a really central role in this. And instead of tenants and landlords pointing fingers at each other, we need to look at you, and we need to look at the lack of leadership that you're providing us. I know Dan Brotman had talked about a bill he was working on where the state would be kind of an intermediary between tenants and landlords. And that's like the only solution that you guys have any tie to offering. And so that's really disappointing for me. And I think that, the reality of tenants, it's like evictions aren't good for anyone, including landlords. I mean, there's not a ton of people with a lot of wealth right now to move into new places, and the landlords who are wanting to raise rent and stuff, it's like no one has money right now. They themselves are saying that. So it's better for everyone if people aren't on the streets houseless. That makes COVID way more dangerous. And I think that extending the moratorium to September is healthier for everyone too, because what's happening is everyone's living in like a state of terror, just trying to survive the next month, not only with COVID stuff, but just trying to know if they'll have a home the next month. And so if you give people until September, that gives a little more breathing room. I mean, I'm someone who also, I think it's important to explain, because there have been many landlords who complain about all the assistance tenants are getting. I was unemployed for 4 months of the pandemic. I'm someone who works full-time as a registrar in the art world in LA. I have a pretty good job. My unemployment claim was $80 a week. $80 a week. No one can live on that. It was based off of some random old job I had, and it was based off of a fraction of it. So even if people are on unemployment or getting this much assistance, it's really bleak. And I was someone who also, because I couldn't identify or verify my identity like someone explained, I didn't have unemployment for the first 2 months. So I just am please asking you to have sympathy for people, extend the moratorium, and get to work, guys. You need to provide people with solutions. You need to actually be leaders and do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Linda, you're live, Linda.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. I'm Linda from the Glendale Tenants Union, and I just wanted to ask if, for the next city council meeting, if you could be upfront and do some research and explain to landlords what their options are. I listened to the Board of Supervisors meeting this morning, and they were much more empathetic than you all have been today. They were talking about things. They understood the severity of the economic burden that is placed on hundreds of thousands of tenants in the county, and they have, and they came up, and they didn't come up with, but they mentioned that there were possibilities for landlords to get loans reversed or loans postponed, and I would like to hear more about that in a regular, as a regular part of the city council meetings. They've also said that they talk to the banks that they regularly do business with. What banks do you regularly do business with? Where are the millions of dollars that Glendale has its operating costs? What bank do you use? And have you talked to the bank about an approach, an outreach to landlords in the community to help them understand what their options are? Because I agree with the caller earlier, Mary, who was talking about Councilman Najarian. This, and I also heard this from Council Person Devine, a very narrow focus you have on the pain of landlords. Well, let me tell you, some of these things I've heard tonight are just not true. The idea that tenants are taking advantage of landlords, I can't speak for every tenant in Glendale, and neither can you. So please don't base your judgments or your rules for operation on a few bad apple stories. I live in a building with 40 other tenants, and we're all paying. And I think that a lot of and I also work with a tenant in Glendale who has had several eviction notices, illegal eviction notices. So what I want you to do is come out and say how you can support landlords through banking help. Also, look at getting away with this 3 quarterly repayment plan. Renters in Glendale do not have jobs. That's why they're not paying, most of them. And when the eviction moratorium is, or not the eviction, but when the pandemic close-in order is over, they are going to hustle to try to get jobs. But the jobs that they have had may not be there anymore. And yet you've told them that their rent has to increase by 25% in order to pay back past rent. If your mortgages increased by 25%, wouldn't that be appalling to you? So I just want to set some things straight, and please consider being more thoughtful and less, exaggerated with your very negative views of tenants in Glendale.
Thank you.
These are your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
You're live.
Hello, my name is Craig, and I'm calling about the face coverings order. We have in my building plastered all over the place the order that people must wear face coverings. We have some tenants who just refuse to do so, and I don't think that they're going to comply until it hits them in the pocketbook. So please have the police enforce the ordinance, and I think we need to have dollar fines on people to get them to comply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig. Next caller, please.
Mayor, that is it. The next 3 callers I have on the line are for item 8B.
That's it? All right. Thank you, all callers. I have to say it's very sad and it's very difficult time for tenants especially and landlords also. This is nobody was expecting to see something like this, and I don't see any solution to it in the near future based on my observation and contacting with people, and I'm on TV, I get calls all the time, and so both sides are complaining, and I'm hoping this Oxford, where they are trying to get the vaccine, will work. And we're going to have vaccine to come up with some solutions to get out of this miserable situation. Anyway, I guess we go item by item now?
You can, yes, sir.
Okay, number
Mr. Mayor,
one.
Mr. Mayor, if
Yes, yes, Ms. Devine.
if I may be presumptuous, because of all the callers that are requesting that we fine our residents for not wearing face masks, and I have suggested that earlier in the evening, and Ms. Beer said that we were going to have a report on how that could be done, and I would like to also, in answer to Bridget's question, I have talked to the police chief about the police department wearing masks, and I would like for him to let our viewer know his answer, and then perhaps get into the discussion of fines for our residents, because I think that's really important tonight.
Chief Povolitis is here, I guess, and will enlighten us about this matter.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, council member Devine, let me see if I can get them in order. So in terms of the police department itself, the expectation is that officers will wear face coverings when interacting with the public. I don't expect them to necessarily wear them while they're working in the cars. That is the equivalent of their office. But there is also the complication of we are out still providing full law enforcement services, which means we're still doing traffic stops, we're still making contacts, we're still arresting people for the normal, what I call sometimes our book of business. We still have people committing thefts, we still have people committing auto theft, we have burglaries and other crimes that we are routinely interacting with folks for. So in order to ensure their safety as well, we also issue N95 respirators to them, and so they have to make a judgment as to what they wear at a particular time. There may be some limited circumstances in which they may not do that because of an emergency situation. There are times when officers' instructions need to be heard clearly and not muffled at a particular thing, or they may end up in foot pursuit or in some circumstances, an altercation with somebody in order to take somebody into custody, and so it may not be 100% possible, but the general expectation is that they would be wearing face coverings when interacting with the public. I hope that answers the question. Moving on to the second question in terms of when we talk about enforcement, we have adopted approach, primarily worked at education and enforcement. There is not an order from me saying that there shall not be an arrest or a citation issued for this. Officers are vested with a level of discretion that they have in terms of how they do their jobs on a day-to-day basis. Our goal is to get compliance. We do interact with folks, either responding to some of the calls that we get. And generally we have found that, or I shouldn't say generally, we have found that people comply when we go out and talk to them and request that they wear face coverings. There are times that we have also handed them out to folks in order to do that. I will tell you that our tactics adjust as we go along. We're constantly evaluating the information that we see and how it's working, and then we sort of decide how we're going to focus our enforcement efforts and our deployment efforts with respect to that particular issue, along with all the other issues that we are addressing at a given time. So as I said, we continue to look at those. I think going forward here, we have some additional information that will be handing out, something that will look like an administrative citation that we'll be able to hand out as we focus some of those efforts in some of our higher density areas where people are congregating, such as business areas. But as I said, our officers do have the ability to, in circumstances, issue a citation currently.
When you talked about issuing citations to commercial Are you talking about gas stations? Because I've heard a lot about people going to get gas and they're the only ones there with a mask on. You talked about, or someone mentioned, you issue a warning. Are you issuing citations when you go back a second time? Because I keep getting emails about certain stores that are not cooperating, and so I send them off, and then I get another one, they're still not cooperating. Are you actually fining people?
So
Commercial?
when we work with businesses, that's actually a joint effort with community development. So code enforcement during business hours is handling most of the issues related to commercial and business enforcement, and then we pick up the after hours responses to those issues. Again, I think the experience has been that when whether it's a code enforcement officer or a police officer that's gone out, we either have found that people are in compliance when we go out to do the actual inspection, or if we go out to do a re-inspection, that we have also found that they have been in compliance. So if the first one with the warning, it seems to work if we do a follow-up inspection just to make sure.
And I would note, Councilmember Devine, some of the anecdotes that we get both in our office, and I'm sure city manager gets them too, is it's just one's level of what is compliance and non-compliance. You go to a business, and if there's a number of people who are not complying, and they get the order, and they go back, there might be one person who doesn't have it. And some people view that as the business is not complying, and whereas maybe the individual didn't. So it is sort of, people have different perceptions of what's compliance and what is not.
Well, and that leads me to exactly what I'm asking for, a fine for residents who are not wearing a mask. And if there is somebody in a commercial building or business that does not have a mask on, that person should be subject to a fine. And I would like to suggest that tonight, that I wanted to ask for a report from staff on how we could, outlining a procedure for this. But if we can put this into effect tonight, that give like a week's warning, that from this date, from a week from now, we are going to start imposing a fine on residents who are out in public without a face mask. I was at Brand Park. They are not social distancing. There were 6 teenage girls all clumped together, not family, just friends. And then I thought, well, gee, how could we fine these young girls? Well, here's the thing. Those young girls go home to their parents and their grandparents, and that means that 6 families have a potential of being infected with this virus. So I would like to see my colleagues go along with me and impose a fine on our residents who are not wearing face masks.
Mayor Aghajan and members of the City Council, understanding the severity of this pandemic and the grave risks that are associated with the possibility of coming in contact with and or taking it elsewhere, as Councilmember Devine mentioned a few minutes ago. The administrative citation tool is already in place for utilization by our code enforcement personnel as well as our police officers. I do think that it is important for our police chief to provide a number of scenarios in terms of the possibilities of these types of contacts that we may have with individuals in the city of Glendale. Don't necessarily disagree with making sure that there is a very strong message out in the community that says the City Council is very serious about these orders. Completely understand that. But I also want to have the reality of citations where folks may not necessarily be willing to wear a face mask. And if they say no, what occurs and what can happen and what then a police officer will need to do, and what will ultimately and possibly be brought forward to the city council in terms of complaints related to our inability to possibly de-escalate a situation, our ability to possibly not provide a citation and provide education only, and the second guessing of our law enforcement personnel who may be out there who need to do their jobs and do it appropriately and accordingly. And I just have to state that for the record so that if we do go down this path, that we're all on the same page and we all understand what that may mean when that video shows up on social media and it is a snippet of a contact that was made with an individual without the context of how it may have ended up to where it may have ended up. And this is all it's very much the possibilities, not saying any of that's going to happen, but there are possibilities out there. And I want to be able to assure our personnel to say, if there are those contacts and if you are abiding by all the protocols that are in place and all the training that you've had, this city is going to have your back in terms of the work that you do. And based on that, I'd like the police chief to provide you with some scenarios of how these interactions may occur.
So, thank you, City Manager Beers. As I said, part of the strategy that we've developed where citations are part of it, but also working to gain compliance and using sound judgment in that process. Some is based on some experience in talking to some other entities on how we handle these, and working in an environment, the current national environment, and conversations about policing and how we do policing overall. And so the expectation for our officers over the years has been to de-escalate, to fairly and firmly enforce the law, considering all the seriousness of that. But even in what seems to be what everybody would think would be a fairly minor situation, sometimes, as I think probably all of you know, things can go very, very differently. So once we step into the enforcement role, and if somebody chooses not to either provide identification or sign a citation or notice to appear, that places us in the position of continuing the enforcement path, which generally means taking somebody physically into custody and booking them prior to them being released, either on bail or in the current emergency bail, being released on a notice to appear once they've been cited. So once an officer steps through that line, the expectation, we're not in a position where we can say, no, we're no longer taking the enforcement action. We are now in the position that we are going to move forward and take that enforcement action. I'm aware of another entity that adopted a policy. They ended up writing about 150 citations. They had a couple uses of force and several internal affairs complaints related to the interactions on that. As I said, I will say that I think our officers have done a tremendous job of when they go out and when they see and enforcing the rules and regulations in accordance with what they are, because even Glendale's regulations tell us that basically you have to have it on if you're within 30 feet, if I recall correctly, and so that when you are within 6 feet, you have it on. State regulations say that you have to have it on if you're going to be within 6 feet of an individual. And so, as I said, but when we look through those scenarios, it's like what can be a very, very simple thing where someone either doesn't have identification, does not want to provide identification, does not go there, will then result in a physical arrest for that violation.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other comments by my colleagues, or we go on items?
Yeah, can I share some thoughts on this?
Mr. Rotman?
Yeah, this is tough, and I understand the chief's concerns. I think as one of the callers said, we have limited resources. We should focus on the super spreader type situations. So, for instance, I do know
there's some sort of a feedback or something, noise. It's hard to hear you, Councilman Rotman.
Is that coming from me? Are you hearing it now?
Oh, it's out there.
Okay.
All right, that's better now.
That's better now?
Yes, maybe you were too close or something. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I'm sorry. So I think if we focus on, these really super spreader situations. So for instance, the parties that are happening at homes. I think if somebody calls, and we should, let our residents know that if you see something, say something. So if there are cars parked up and down the street and there's loud music coming out of a house and people are having a party, our residents should call that in, because that's a very serious situation, right? And I think that whoever goes out, and I guess it would be after hours, it would be the police, can and should have a friendly, de-escalating type conversation. And if the people comply, that's great. But if they have to go back, they have the homeowner, they can issue a citation. I think they should, and it should be large in that type of situation, because it's something people know that we shouldn't be doing this. And they're doing it anyway, and they're putting all of our lives at risk. So that's kind of one scenario. The other scenario is places of business. And just today, I went into another supermarket. I don't really need to say the name, but I went into a supermarket and I bought I had all my groceries, and I went up to pay, and the woman behind the counter was wearing the mask below her nose. And I tried to nicely say, you really ought to have it on your nose. She got mad at me, and I went to the manager, and the manager got mad at me for saying it. So I think we need to, and maybe here we have some kind of like a health ambassador corp that goes out that checks in on establishments, because if they are not requiring their own employees to comply, we're in big trouble. And so I would rather see us focus there. When it comes to a park and a group of people sitting around talking in a park, I think a conversation, handing out masks, is really probably the best approach. The individual on the street, I'm just less concerned than I am with these indoor situations that could really have the potential for launching a big spreader situation. Those are my thoughts on it.
Thank you. Is there any other comment from the council members?
I'll just put in my 2 cents. I think that we do need to start enforcing the wearing of masks. As I've always said, if for nothing else, besides all the health experts that have now come out and said that it does help prevent it, the spread of COVID-19, and we're seeing the spikes, to err on the side of caution, and we have to make sure that people are wearing them. I trust our law enforcement personnel to be able to approach every situation in the best way possible. They know it better than anyone else. I've done ride-alongs, and I did one recently, and I know that most of them, actually, if not all of them, I'm sure it's all of them, carry personal protective equipment that they distribute when they run across people who don't have them, and they offer it to them. So I do think that perhaps giving them the green light or whenever it's appropriate, whenever someone is purposefully trying to, whatever it is, make their point or snub the law, for our law enforcement to be able to do that. And in terms of those super spreading events, certainly that is also a concern. And I like what Councilmember Brotman articulated in terms of approaching it, telling folks that it is not allowed, it is inappropriate and dangerous. It is dangerous. We have to remember that this could potentially be dangerous. They may not necessarily result in deaths, but they also could, depending on who is on the receiving end of the virus. And then if they have to come out again, start issuing citations.
Councilmember Najarian, do you have something to say, or we go to item 1?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I fully support Ms. Devine's intent and issue and emphasis, and I appreciate the chief and his remarks. And I think we have to always give our officers a discretion to enforce or educate. But I think today's, the message that comes from us tonight has to be the City of Glendale affirms a $400 fine for non-use of a face covering. Even as the city attorney says, that's already in our code. It's in our administrative fine schedule, but we have to let the residents know that this is what it is. So the news gets out there and they just don't think, well, it's the same old, same old. They didn't take any new action. It's the only way we're going to get a handle on this. We were maybe a little too, maybe it's our fault. We were a little maybe too soft on this back on April 19th or that week. We weren't hardcore on the face mask issue, but that's passed. And we know everyone now agrees that face coverings are a way to prevent the spread and the infection of the virus. So let's give the chief the authority and the discretion. You know, I mean, he's right. You don't want to be putting grandma in handcuffs because she didn't want to give you her name and her driver's license. But they should have that ability if they feel the opportunity is right. And whatever that schedule is, 400, 1,600, escalates, I fully support.
Councilmember Najarian, that's for commercial. That's for commercial. What about residents?
No,
Of course, residents also.
That's
Individuals on the
anybody.
street should have that. And I'm hoping that at that point the police have discretion and say, you know, I could be writing you a $400 ticket, young lady, but here, take a mask, and this is your last warning. I mean, we leave enforcement so often in the hands of our police department. We have to trust them in their discretion and their judiciousness in asserting those.
That $400 is across the board, Mayor
I'm sorry?
Agajani. That $400, you're correct, is across the board.
Is across the board.
And
So-
yes,
As well?
yes.
Wow.
Okay. What?
So let's do it. We want to get out of this mess. If we had been, perhaps, if we had all been super conscientious about this as a state, as a country, we'd be in much better situation. We'd be like Italy now, maybe, where they're basically back up. But it's not too late to set the course for the future. So on that particular issue, I would support you, Ms. Devine.
Thank you. I just want to, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ms.
Go
Devine.
back to the social gatherings. You know, when police officers get a call for a party, Chief, you can help me with this one, please. When you get a call for a social gathering and the police approach the party givers, the homeowner, when they're, let's say for a noise ordinance, for the noise ordinance, you don't ask them to break up the party, do you? Is that what we're, Mr. Brotman and Mr. Kazakian, is that what you're asking him to do with your social gathering? I'd like for them to just break up the party, just have everybody go home or everybody put on a mask. What exactly do you want? Or fine the homeowner at that time? Because just knocking on that door and saying everyone should have masks and this is illegal is going to do absolutely nothing.
No.
That's
That was Councilmember Devine. That was not. If that's how it came across, certainly wasn't. I think,
Okay.
you know, we know that large gatherings increase the potential of spreading the virus. I think I was very clear in that. And I think that when a police officer shows up on scene, they have to, first of all, assess the situation. You know, it may be that there isn't a gathering. It was just impression. It could be 3 people in the same family playing loud music. I know me and my family have tried to entertain ourselves throughout this pandemic. You need to tell folks to disperse or break up, that the large gathering is not allowed, especially if there's cars outside parked outside of the house. That's an indication that it's not. And I think our police, our law enforcement can determine what is the case, tell folks to disperse, and if they have to come back because people have not, I don't expect them to stay there and make sure people go home, but if they have to come back, then they can find the homeowner or they can find the people who are there without masks. Basically enforce the law that we put in place.
Well, I would really like to see them fine the homeowner on the spot and then after that, require masks for the party or have them dispersed. But I think if they allow the gathering to begin with, they know it's wrong, they know it's illegal, and to give them a warning, I think is not enforcement at all. That's just my opinion.
I just have a problem with the issue of $400 ticket. Sometimes people, they forget, not on purpose they do it, they get out of their car, as it happened to me and it happened to police chief. And inadvertently, we got out of our car without mask. So we have to be careful with this $400 tickets. Of course, I will leave it to their discretion, to police discretion. But I think for the first time, somebody to pay $400 ticket is excessive in my opinion. As other cities, they have $50 the first time, and if you are a repeated offender, then it goes to $300. I guess this was in Santa Monica.
Yeah.
And West.
Mr. Mayor, though, none of us want to do this. I mean, but the fact of the matter is we're sitting here on a Tuesday evening with still a couple more, and actually on this agenda item, much more discussion still ahead of us. And we're all looking down at a potential another shutdown. And I don't think any of us want another shutdown. Nobody wants us to go under lockdown again. Yet you read the news articles and you hear, you look at the statistics, and that's where we're headed. So if it takes a little bit of tough love, and quite honestly, I'll trust our law enforcement and the police chief to do whatever they need to do, and however they need to do it, then that's what will be needed. But we need to make sure that people are not gathering, that people are wearing their masks when they're in public places or whenever they leave the home, and to see if we can bring these spiking numbers down. That's what we're looking at otherwise.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I could just add on to that. I just want to be clear. If there is a party, if there is a large gathering, that in itself is illegal, whether they're wearing masks or not. I mean, people should not be having parties. So that party should be broken up. If there is a large party, it's an egregious situation, I have no problem with giving a fine right on the spot. I have no problem with that at all. We should certainly break it up. I'm not in favor of saying wear a mask and you can continue the party. That's ridiculous, right? People are drinking, it's exactly the situation we want to avoid. With businesses that, I can see doing some education, and with businesses, probably most will comply, but I'm finding that there's some that it's just ongoing, and I think we need them to know that this is not optional. So that's what I'm talking about, and Mr. Mayor, I'm really not talking about somebody that gets out of their car and walks a block and forgets their mask. We're not going to do that. That's not what we want.
That's what I was saying. If it's a ticket and they have the discretion, so it can happen. That's what I was thinking.
I trust our police to know, to know how to handle this. And
I was thinking that if we are issuing tickets to be gradually, like going to a higher number. But however, Chief wants to comment on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and Councilmember Devine, I think you'd asked a question, and I hope I can sort of answer that. We have a few tools available when we respond to parties, depending on what the nature of it is, and the officers will use some discretion as to what tool they use at a particular time. I will tell you, in the old days when I started my career, the only way you were going to deal with a loud and unruly party is because one of the ironies of California law is when you're talking about a party, a peace officer's peace cannot be disturbed. Only somebody else's peace can be disturbed, which means unless somebody's willing to be a victim, quote unquote, air quotes there, your ability to take enforcement action is extremely limited. And no matter what we're talking about when we're coming to parties, realize we still have the obligation to do our job lawfully. So if we're gaining access to somebody's house, we need to do so in a lawful manner. That being said, When we deal with parties, there, as I said, there are a couple of tools. There is that traditional tool that if somebody is willing to be a complainant, if you will, we can take it under that section of the penal code. A few years ago, and I'm sorry, I forget how many years ago, we actually passed a different ordinance, or the city council passed an ordinance, which allowed the police department to issue disturbance violation notices, which is a civil process, which the officer can do based on their own observations. So after that initial statement and warning, the fines start at $250 and every subsequent response until it gets up to about $1,100 to the homeowner. Plus, if I recall correctly, we're also allowed to charge for the cost of our response. So if we have to keep sending units back, we add in the costs of that. This has been used with some of our larger party houses and fairly effectively because the bills have been large. On top of that, considering the current environment, not only, we can talk about, you've talked about face coverings, but we also have the ability to refer an incident to the district attorney and or the health department's enforcement thing for a eventual referral to the district attorney for potential prosecution under the violation of the county health order. So those are the avenues that are available to us, and as I said, our officers will work their way through those as they respond to those.
Thank you. I just want to talk about the mask. As I mentioned every night on my program, and whenever I see public, I say, if you love and respect me, put your mask on before you come forward to my studio. And I have my mask because I love and respect you. So using the mask is very important. I want to emphasize on it. And hopefully everybody will listen to what has been discussed here, and they're going to use their mask every moment, every time when they meet others outside their household members. So, however, Mr. City Attorney, we go one by one now. Resolution extending the public order relating to moratorium on residential eviction.
Do we need a motion on the masks, Mayor? Or?
No.
Let's go by the items as being.
Sure. Let me just clarify a couple of things. So on the item as it relates to enforcement, we wanted to present the material from you and get council member feedback. There's no specific motion before you on enforcement. I think we've gotten the comments, and if council wants to direct us on a particular matter for an actual action, we can do that. I just want to note and reiterate what Chief Povolitis said. The county health orders are enforceable by all the chiefs of police in the LA County. In terms of administrative citation authority, you have the administrative citation authority for the face coverings, because that's our own order. If we wanted to issue admin cites for any other portion of the health court order, such as the gatherings rules or any of the other rules in the county's health orders, then we would need a separate order from the council, basically making that so. So we would need direction to bring that back if that's what the council wants to do. But again, for example, with respect to parties, the chief of police has the authority to enforce that order, as he noted. The gathering, no gatherings is the rule of the health orders of the county. And he has the right to do that. Now, those usually go to the DA rather than to us, but there's still that authority to do that. But if you want that admin side authority, we would need to basically adopt our own order, incorporating that into our orders.
Well, may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Would he be imposing a fine on the homeowner when the police department are called for a social gathering? Is he going to that's what we want. I think we're all, this may be a broad way of saying it, is that we want enforcement. We need enforcement. We have 125 deaths already in over 2,000 cases. We are all getting complaints from residents that are afraid to go shopping, to go out and walk, to go to the park. And we need to, and you heard the chief, Lanza say that, the curve is not flattening. And so I think we need to somehow, do I have to say that I would like to see the police issue a citation and a fine on the spot when they are called to a home for a social gathering? Do I have a second? Is that what we need?
Well, a couple of things. Again, the duty and obligation to enforce the law rests with the police chief. So I think the council certainly can provide enforcement policy, but direction is vested in the police chief. But the issue of with respect to the fines, if it's enforcement, criminal enforcement of the health care or the health order, that as the chief noted, that would likely go to the district attorney. I don't know whether they would file that and go after the fine, or if it would be something more reserved like community service. If the council wants the ability of the city to issue citations that come with fines, then the only recommendation I can make is to direct us to come back with an order incorporating the county health orders into our administrative citation authority. Because right now it's limited to the face coverings order.
I would support that. I think that would also, as the news of that gets out and there are a few enforcement actions behind that, people will pay attention.
That's right. I agree. I second.
Okay.
I certainly would support that.
So,
Good.
Mr. Garcia,
And that
you have
goes for
enough?
the residents and commercial, right?
We'll bring that back. Now, there are the other items related to the eviction moratorium.
Okay, so we go to item number 1.
Sure.
Resolution extending public order relating to moratorium on residential eviction. Is
Right,
there
so-
any comment on? by
Yeah, I
Councilmember?
have a comment. I just want to address, I'm glad someone like Mary called in. That really shows the extreme position of some tenants. I'm glad that someone like Haley called in. That showed someone who's much more balanced in her. I asked the tenants union, the Glendale Tenants Union, to please inform me, service provider, goods provider, industry that is currently providing tenants thousands of dollars per month of essentially free services and goods. It's unfortunate that this Mary has started to demonize and dehumanize the mom and pop landlords, because that is the beginning of very bad things. Anyone who knows sociology will understand that dehumanizing a particular group of people is a very bad part. And because there are 67% renters, well, the renters should do whatever they want to do, according to Mary. And if that means taking the property, the 33% that aren't renters, well, we're on our way towards civil war. So as a member of the Glendale City Council, I have to do what I think is right, even if 67% of the residents of this city, didn't say voters, resident are tenants. Many of these mom and pop landlords have their life savings wrapped up in those buildings. And it's not just mortgages that they have to pay. They have to pay insurance, they have to pay utility bills, they have to pay maintenance costs. So please, let's take an even, as I said, let's take an even discussion, an even keel on this issue, because some of these extremists are really spinning this way too far than where it has to be. That being said, I do feel for tenants who are in a difficult situation. I would not be opposed to extending for one more month the eviction moratorium that we currently have going in Glendale. I will revisit my decision to extend at the end of this month, or as we approach that next time period.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. I'll second that.
Okay. Can I do roll call on every single item?
Well, there were a couple of items I'm sorry, Councilman Rajari, did you, on the documentation?
I mean, it's such a flawed concept. However, I would, to the extent that it provides any sort of justification for non-payment of rent, and I don't think it provides much, I would support the, are we looking for a time period, 7 days prior to the rent being due?
Certainly within the council's discretion. It could be 7 days, it could be 5 days, it could be just prior to the rent being due. Right now, it's 7 days after the rent is due, so.
After rent is due.
After the rent is due.
Well, again, that's what it is now, so
To
you
my
would need to change
colleagues,
it.
I mean, whatever you think is appropriate, it's a dead end street for many landlords in this case.
Yeah, okay, so it's 7 days, I guess. Is there a second on 7 days?
Well,
I'll second that.
I'm sorry, I'm a little.
May I, yeah, may I make a few comments? So, I mean, I think we all feel the same way. I hate the dehumanizing that goes, and we're hearing it from both sides, right? We're hearing about, all these tenants are scofflaws and they're all taking advantage. And I'm sure there are some that are, but I just can't accept that characterization of tenants. And the same thing with landlords. I mean, most landlords are, it's their business, it's their livelihood, especially the local mom and pops, and they're doing the best they can do. And yes, there are some that are predatory, but we can't just start this blanket demonizing of one side against the other. It really is dangerous. I agree with that, and it just troubles me. And people say, we need to come up with solutions. I really don't think there are solutions. This is the problem. We do not have the resources to solve this problem locally. I think we're doing the best we can with very little to work with. It's extremely frustrating.
Okay.
Anyway, on the extension though, because of LA County's extension to the end of September, and that's correct, right, Mr. Garcia? They've extended it to
That's correct.
September 30th. I would propose we just stay in line with that and not have to revisit this again in another month. This is not going away. We're going to be here in a month. It's going to be the same situation. I know eventually, I think to use a term that Councilmember Kasakian used with me the other day, eventually we're going to have to rip the Band-Aid off. But I think if we extend it for 2 months, we stick to where the county is. I think we're in a better position there, and I would extend the rent freeze for that period. And as far as the reporting of documentation, yeah, I agree. It doesn't mean much. I don't want it to be an undue burden, so we have to be really careful that we're not seeing abuses around it. But I think we can some basic documentation is reasonable. I would say just prior to the date rent is due, personally, would be my recommendation on that. But I'm flexible.
But you guys are saying to go along with LA County and say 7 days after due date. So
No,
that's not LA
that was the
County.
governor's prior order. So again, just to clarify, the council has the discretion to make it. I don't think that the county's order is 7 days after. It's also prior to. So
I don't think it's prior, but however, you want to make it 7 days prior to rent due date?
I would say just make it before the rent is due. I think that's.
so at least 1 day prior to the rent being due.
I'm okay with
I just
that.
want to ask,
Makes more sense.
excuse me.
Okay with that.
Council Member Najarian, you are okay with
Yes, I'm okay
extending
with
for
that
2 months?
proposal to be on or before the date the rent is due.
And then
Okay, how about 2 months or 1 month? Extending to September 30th or end of August?
Personally, I prefer 30 days, but I'm just one vote, whatever.
So I ask Ms. Devine, 30 days or 60 days?
I'm leaning towards the month to month, so 30 days, and the
Okay.
documentation 7 days prior to. I'm okay with the rent freeze extension. And I think that's it.
Councilmember Kasakian, are you okay with 30 days or you're going long?
Either I could go with either. I think that the more humane thing would be to do the 60 days, but I think that ultimately we are also putting tremendous strain on landlords. And I'm glad, by the way, that this evening we heard some of our callers also acknowledge the situation, the difficult situations that smaller landlords are facing. I want some, I know that we just put out a couple of different ideas, but I want to say a couple of things first, perhaps add something, and I do understand that we're already getting into the later hours of the evening and there's still a lot to discuss, but this is important, and I know people are concerned about it. So I do think that the showing of demonstrating some hardship is fair. It should be something that landlords should be able to ask for. And if someone can demonstrate that their income has been impacted, whether it's 50% a reduction of the paycheck or more, or I was just writing some notes or comparing what their income is now to January and February before we went into the lockdown, that I think it should be simple enough, or at least most people should be able to do that, I would think. I'm sure that there will be some who will not be able to, and we can certainly address that and figure out things that we can do to work with those individuals, or hopefully do that. The other thing, in terms of what we're able to do, and I do have some concern about how much we're getting engaged in this in comparison to some of our neighboring cities where they've virtually done nothing. I would like to know for certain as to what we can do versus what the county passes. We just heard that whatever the county passes, our police departments, our police chiefs can enforce. On this particular matter, though, it seems like that may not be the case. Is that correct, Mr. Garcia?
Councilmember Kasakian, that's correct. So the healthcare orders are specifically, they are enforceable by, or the health orders, are enforceable by the cities. And as it relates to eviction and rent freezes, our view is that they don't necessarily by law supersede whatever the city puts in place.
Okay. Well, it would be good to get some sort of clear answer as to what the matter is, because it's important now. It may be important in the future. So, when we look at how many people have applied for our rental assistance program, we had just slightly over, I think, 300 or so vouchers, and we got 6,000 people who have applied. That shows that there is a tremendous need out there and people are hurting. Similarly, these people who are applying have not paid their landlords, and I'm sure there's more people than just the 6,000 who may have applied. I'm sure we'll be hearing about more in the coming months as things get worse and worse. I would like to see, and I don't think that landlords would necessarily want to squeeze those individuals who are truly hurting, and if there's a way we can incentivize for landlords, a way for them to come to agreements with their tenants, that would be great. Most of these tenants who haven't been able to pay their rent, their landlords have still had to pay their utilities to the city. I'd be curious to know, and I don't need an answer now, but I would like to have one possibly next week, how many of the landlords have not been able to pay or have defaulted on payments in regards to the city provided utilities. And combined with that, perhaps for discussion now, or you can bring it back, I would like the city to give credits for water and power to those landlords who have been not receiving payment from their tenants. If the tenant is receiving a hardship because we're telling them, and the state's telling them, and the county's telling them they can't work, and the tenant is then passing on a hardship to the landlord because they're unable to pay rent, then who are we then to demand the landlord who pays for those utilities to collect it from the city side? So I don't know how many people that would impact, but it's something certainly I would like to see us as a city body to do, so we're all sharing the burden and the pain of the pandemic that we're going through right now. So there should be no reason for us to have to collect that from the landlords during this time if they're not receiving payment, if they can show that they haven't received payment. And then in terms of where we are for 30 or 60 days, I could go with either, but I would like to see us revisit this in terms of doing our part to help those who are in need right now.
Okay, so I guess we have 30 days. I'm positive
Yeah,
that
because
we
there
will
was some
review this.
disparate opinion on that. Maybe we can just have somebody make a motion with either 30 days or 60, and then stating that with the notice and documentation is either due. And I heard two choices, either on or before the rent is due, or 7 days after the rent is, or I think I heard 7 days before the rent is due. So those are the two items we would need a motion on with direction.
Mr. Najarian, you want to?
Okay, so I will move that the city extend the eviction moratorium for 30 days to expire August 30th, and that a tenant wishing to to have his rent abated must provide the documents on, I think, on or before the date that the rent is due for August.
And that would be August 31st.
Yeah, expiring August 31st. But if he doesn't want to pay August rent, he should have to show it by August 1st, the documents.
Oh, but we can't, is this going to be applicable in a few days?
It'll be, if it passes, it'll be applicable for August. So a tenant who cannot pay rent and will need to provide their documentation by August 1st. That's Councilmember Najarian's motion.
So then we can't say 7 days before. We just have to say before the due date.
Yeah, before
not
the
7 days before.
Right. That's his motion.
Okay.
Or before the date, and extend the rent freeze until
Second.
30th.
Okay, roll call, please.
Just a second, can we just clarify one more time? So it's 30-day extension, it's
Prior to.
documentation just on or before the due date,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
And
It's
extend the
extension till
rent.
August 31st, and the documents and the notice are due on or before the due date.
We will visit this issue again, so it doesn't make that much of a difference anyway. So roll call, we had,
I don't know if he had another comment.
what would they have done? Go ahead, sir.
Could, I still want to explore the two, going out to the end of September, which we have with the county. We have to vote on this motion first?
Yeah, so we vote on this. So if it's 30 days, then that's what it is. If 30 days loses, then then you can try 60 days.
Okay.
Come to some resolution.
It's not that I don't want to extend, but I'm going to vote no just because I want it to be
But this we will visit
aligned with the
again.
county.
Councilmember Brotman, we will visit this again. You know we'll visit it again, so it's not that.
I know, but we're going to go through
Doesn't make
this.
any difference. Okay, go ahead, sir.
You know, I share your frustrations, Councilmember Brotman, that we will have to go through this again. However, you know, what my request is that in the meantime, our legal staff researches and provides us a written opinion as to where this issue stands versus Glendale's authority versus what the county's authority is. And I know the county's doing the same, but perhaps we can get some clarity and we can figure out what we need to do next in the meantime.
We can do
I mean,
that.
we're going to visit this one way or another. There's a lot of things. I mean, the next 6 months are going to be occupied with this in one shape or form. But, you know, I'd be inclined to vote for the 30 days with the understanding as to what we can do moving forward with some certainty.
Okay.
All right, however, as again, I'm saying we will revisit this issue many times during next few months. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jim.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. So item number 2, I guess.
Yeah,
Right?
so that motion that Mr. Najarian made included the rent freeze, so that included, so the only, we need motions on the face coverings order extension as well as the banquet hall ratification resolution. So C and D. Or,
Well,
yeah,
I'll move.
they can
I'll
move together.
C and D.
Is there a second?
A second.
Just with just one comment, and I'll be brief. I know we're going way long. You know, we love banquet halls. We have our christenings there, our birthdays, our engagements, our weddings, our funerals. It's a very, very important gathering place. Please, let's keep an eye on the social distancing, whether it's only outdoor seating or if at some point we open up indoors. That's all I'm saying. I support it. I support the actual item though on D.
So, roll call, please. Now.
Councilmember Brotman?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Kasakian?
Yes.
Najarian?
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian?
Yes. Okay, I just want to, next item, I want to go to item C rather than
Mr.
B.
Mayor, before we move on to the next item, is there anyone among my colleagues that would second my suggestion to bring back a utility forgiveness program for landlords?
Second.
Yes, I would second that.
Thank you.
So we will
We'll bring a report
so
back
we'll
on that
bring-
item.
Okay,
Yes.
they will bring a report at a later time. Okay, we go to item C now.
Community development regarding update regarding the city's transition from level of service, LOS, transportation analysis to vehicle miles traveled, VMT per Senate Bill 743. Motion to note and file the report.
Move it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, as Mr. Lanzafame makes his way to the podium, this item is before you, and we have a presentation for you, sir, to provide you with information regarding the VMT and answer any questions that you may have. With that, Mr. Lanzafame.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm going to dance a little bit and give you a bit of an introduction. We were not expecting this item to come up so quickly. Staff is on their way over. But this is an informational item for you to discuss the requirement by the state to change the way we do our traffic analysis in terms of environmental review. If you've ever been through any kind of environmental review and EIR, you know that we look in traffic, we were looking at level of service. And that really looks at specific segments of the road, pieces of the road, intersections, and it really looked at an individual project. The move to vehicle miles traveled is really a change in the way that we look at analysis. And it's not so much to, as I see, look at the inconvenience of being slowed down in an intersection. Starting to look at reducing gas house emissions. Mr. Calvert is here, so he's going to pick up where I left off and bring you through this. But that's the basic premise of the change from level of service to vehicle miles traveled.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Excuse me, members of the City Council. A little out of breath there. Bolted over here quickly.
You guys were having fun.
Aren't we always, though? So this evening, we want to give an update on coming into compliance with SB 743. Excuse me. We would like to provide an overview of what SB 743 is, what the transition to VMT from LOS will be, and essentially what our next steps are. So I believe Mr. Lanzafame explained roughly what this change means for us, but SB 743 was a Senate bill signed into law in September of 2013. It aligns the analysis of state goals with emissions reductions, but also trying to encourage multimodal transportation. Minute there. What it does is it replaces LOS with VMT. And LOS is a little more of an antiquated means to measure traffic impacts. Thank you. VMT is a little more updated. It measures on a more holistic perspective all modes of transportation, not just impacts to streets, intersections, or delay. This compliance is required for us by, July 1st of 2020. So when we measure VMT, what we're looking at is essentially the number of estimated vehicle miles traveled that a particular development would create per capita, so per person within a building. You can see in this diagram kind of an estimate of the number of trips people make, where they may go, what those miles may be, and that is really dependent on what the use is and also the surrounding uses that it's going to, essentially the context it's going to be in. So if it's a residential development in an urban neighborhood, you are more likely to travel a shorter distance because your employment may be closer. As in this diagram shows here, Starbucks may be closer. Maybe you don't have to drive as far to these locations. And essentially, it creates an estimate. The model creates an estimate on how many miles traveled somebody would make reasonably based on the context of these different uses. One of the reasons why we want to do this is a reduction of greenhouse gases, and that's done by trying to encourage multimodal transportation. LOS, as we'll cover in a moment, really focuses just on the impacts to intersections, delays at intersections, how long it may take for someone to make it in traffic that's being created by these new developments. But VMT is looking at what other alternatives, essentially, someone could use to travel to these destinations. It focuses a lot on addressing regional congestion. So it's not just a local effort. As you'll see in this presentation, we do get to retain some of our local control over intersections, over loading, things like that. But this is really looking at transportation on a regional perspective. What it also does is streamline review for CEQA review, especially for TOD, transit-oriented developments, and urban infill developments, which, as we'll show in a moment, do not have quite the same impact on transportation per this model that maybe it would have under LOS. So the level of service metric is really vehicle focused. Assesses congestion and vehicle delay. And in some ways, you can consider it a social inconvenience. How many seconds am I going to be stuck at an intersection based on this new development or this new pedestrian improvement or cyclist improvement? It negatively impacts infill developments. And we'll show a diagram as to why that's the case. But using LOS is not right-sized, if you will. And the mitigations for LOS typically are around vehicle capacity, road widening, signalization changes, intersection modifications, but it's really focused on the automobile and not on all modes of transportation. VMT, as we stated, really aligns with the greenhouse gas reduction goals. It's consistent with other CEQA evaluations when we're looking at trying to improve conditions for the environment, lessen our impact on the environment. It's a better account for the way roadway facilities are used, but most importantly, its mitigations focus on all modes of transportation. It focuses on encouraging walking, transit use, and bicycling. As an example, using LOS, in this case, you would see a urban development. You can see that cluster of blue dots and some orange dots there. When an urban development goes into place, the way it measures it is the impacts on all those surrounding intersections. Regardless of the fact that there may be high walkability, there could be bicycle lanes, there could be great transit access in that area. It's looking purely at the impacts on the roads and not considering that someone may choose an alternative mode for transportation. Inversely, on a more suburban development, it kind of underestimates the impacts. It spreads out those trips across a larger region, but at the end of the day, the impacts to the roadways are often more significant because everything is dependent on automobile transportation in that case. If you look at that far right side of the diagram, someone's not really going to ride a bicycle from that location to, say, a downtown where that more of a street grid network is established. So the guidelines, and that's what we're really here to essentially present to council today. really provides us a tool for analyzing land use and transportation projects. It's very important with VMT, is it's considering land use and transportation relationship, not just the impacts to a transportation network. Because it gives us a consistent way to analyze environmental impacts and operational effects. And these guidelines, and we're not through all of these portions yet, but it's required for CEQA analysis. It gives us the parameters for how this analysis is conducted. And it also determines the impacts and negative effects. There's a technical process for calculating this. We don't have that tool developed yet. We'll explain what those next steps are at the end of the presentation. And then the mitigation efforts are also things that we are currently developing. So for the CEQA analysis for land use projects, part of it will identify what projects would be screened out. And we'll explain in a moment kind of the list of criteria of how a project is screened out and is not seen as impacting from a VMT perspective. It'll use a travel demand model similar to what we have today. It's just recalibrated for VMT rather than LOS. And it will also identify what those thresholds are. And we'll go through what those percentage thresholds are. And it uses the Office of Planning and Research guidelines from the state. So we're consistent with what OPR's recommendations were. For transportation projects, the travel demand model will also, same thing, it'll change the calculation to VMT or analysis. But what it's really effective at doing here is any proposed transportation improvement accounts for induced demand. When we say induced demand, essentially, we look at traffic, and a lot of us will say, you know, there's 4 lanes and they're all filled up at rush hour. We say, boy, if there's just 1 or 2 more lanes, we could get this traffic through. But research data has shown us that that's not the case. We add more lanes in, maybe temporarily it does improve that flow, but long term it does not. Eventually that space fills up. And what VMT does is help to factor that in. Typically, LOS will skew in the perspective of let's just add more lanes, let's just widen our intersections, and that is not proven to solve traffic problems for us. So the evaluation procedure, as I mentioned before, there are certain projects that will screen out. Once they screen out, then their VMT analysis is completed. This includes affordable housing, this includes small neighborhood retail, essentially right-sized small projects. If it's not screened out, they'll calculate the VMT, and then we'll determine whether or not it exceeds the threshold. Threshold we'll cover in a moment, but if it exceeds that percentage, then it needs to develop mitigation measures. If it does not exceed it, then the VMT analysis is complete. And then those mitigation measures will determine whether or not that impact is considered less than significant or significant and unavoidable. So for project screening, we look at, one, if it's a small project, if it screens out, and we'll go through the parameters of what kind of constitutes as a small project. Is there a provision of 100% affordable housing? That affordable housing also needs to be in a high transit corridor. That can also be screened out. Is it a small local serving retail store? That can potentially be screened out. Same thing with a high quality transit area. Now, after that, if the project essentially does not meet any of those requirements, then it would not be screened out and it would need to go through the VMT analysis. But as we mentioned, this is really about right sizing. It's about treating small retail differently from how we may treat a big box retail store. The traffic impacts are not going to be the same, therefore they should not be analyzed and evaluated the same. And what it really does is encourage dense mixed use infill development as well as transit oriented and transit adjacent development to really try to mitigate the impacts of traffic. So those thresholds that I mentioned, for residential, the VMT per capita is, it's not to exceed 85%. If it exceeds 85%, then it has to have mitigation. An example would be the average residential household in Glendale right now is close to 9 miles VMT generated per capita. If a new project finds that essentially about 7.3 miles of VMT are generated or more, they would have to have mitigation measures. If they fall below that, then they would not. The same applies for office, though that VMT is set a little bit higher, recognizing that people do commute from outside of the region, maybe commute a little bit further. Typically, our longest commutes, our longest drives are those that come from commuting to work. And then looking at retail. If it results in an increase of VMT citywide, then it would need to have mitigation measures. Cumulative impacts are also done to ensure that the threshold is not exceeded. And the 85% that we're using is consistent with the OPR recommendations. Some questions have been raised whether or not that percentage can be higher or lower. Essentially, we're consistent with their recommendations and also relatively consistent with the cities and the other cities in the region as well. And the thing to remember here with VMT is that we're not only looking locally, but we're looking in a broader context within the region. And as we'll explain, we do still maintain opportunity for some local control when we're evaluating projects. So some of the projects that are screened out, as you can see, smaller multifamily developments, 26 dwelling units or less, an office building that's below 15,000 square feet, essentially, small medical dental office buildings around 4,100 square feet, or a small hotel, 43 rooms or less. These are kind of screened out because it's expected, and granted, they need to meet other criteria as well. They have to be in a mix of land uses, essentially. There needs to be transit and walking and bicycle facilities in the area, but it's assumed that these smaller projects are not going to have that great of an impact on the transportation system. In addressing affordable housing, the guidelines and goals that were established are consistent with the state to try to facilitate the development of affordable housing. Therefore, if a project is 100% affordable and it's also in a high-quality transit corridor, it can be screened out. This is to help facilitate the development of those projects, recognizing that the residents of those buildings may be able to use transit, will very likely use transit if they're in a high transit corridor, but those can be screened out. Projects that are only a portion of them are affordable, the affordable units can also be screened out, again, provided that these developments are within a high quality transit corridor. This really helps to streamline those CEQA process for the affordable housing developments. And again, we can still maintain some local control, as we mentioned at the end, or towards the end of this presentation, the things that we can still evaluate and require improvements for. Some of the other screening criteria for local serving retail and public facilities, any retail project under 50,000 gross square feet can be screened out. This is because, again, because it's intended to be a neighborhood serving retail. It's not intended to be the big draw of, say, a Walmart or a Target or a Best Buy, but a smaller project that won't attract as much traffic. Screening out local public service facilities such as our own police and fire developments that may occur. Neighborhood serving schools or neighborhood parks also being screened out as well. And again, these are all local serving uses that are expected to generate a lower volume of VMT because they're expected to be used by the immediate neighborhood. For Glendale, you can see in this map that kind of yellowish orange area, that is the area that is defined as a high quality transit corridor, any of the high quality transit corridors within the city. Again, it's being within a half a mile of a major transit stop. Frequency needs to be approximately 10 minutes. It really just primarily covers the southern and western portions of Glendale. This is something that, as we're using the VMT tool, we will update if service changes, whether service increases and that expands our high-quality transit corridor areas, then we would adjust the map. We would adjust the travel demand model and the calculations. If service is taken away, same thing. We would have to scale back, and maybe those projects would be subject to more evaluation if there was less transit capacity.
Bradley, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So none of the bus lines, none of the metro lines going outside of that area you just showed in yellow, those are not considered high quality transit?
Sorry, let me go back here. Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Well, so let's say the 9091 bus, which I'm just familiar with. So it's running up Glendale Avenue and up Cañada. So that's not considered high quality? It doesn't have the frequency of stops?
Glendale Avenue is actually captured in here as a high quality transit corridor. I can't really highlight it here on the map, but it is within that yellow defined area up until about the 134.
Okay, so as we go up beyond the 134, when we go up into Montrose, so the stop frequency is not high enough for that to be considered high quality. Is that what it is?
Correct.
I see.
And again, if that changed, if stops were added or if stops were taken away, then those areas would expand or shrink based on that. And that's something that we'll continuously monitor as we're using this tool.
Okay, thanks.
The second map here is showing the residential projects, essentially if they were small enough where they would be screened out at, again, because they are within those high quality transit corridors. Essentially, several of these maps are are pretty much the same. The projects that could occur in South Glendale, south of 134, or in West Glendale have a little bit of a different criteria. They're not expected to generate as much VMT, mainly because they have higher walkability, they have higher bicycle or better bicycle infrastructure, and they have better transit access. And again, the same highlighting here in the red, you can see the office areas falling into a lot of those similar zones. So the projects in the blue zones would be screened out, red areas would not be. And again, and the same thing applies here. These maps would be regularly updated if circumstances change by any means, especially when it comes to transit. So for mitigation, we have not defined what all those mitigation tools are. And one thing I should have prefaced this with before I came running in the door as fast as I possibly could, is that this is not the last time that we'll bring this to council. We would like to make sure that we're bringing this at kind of regular intervals for updates and input. This project is part of a much larger project that includes our housing element, our circulation element, and our land use element updates, as well as the traffic impact fee that we'll be developing. So over the course of the next 18 to 24 months, you can expect a number of elements from these projects to continue coming forward. This is the one that needed to move the fastest because we needed to have these thresholds in place by July 1st so that we could begin evaluating projects. Now, the mitigation options we are still developing, but what these mitigation options do is really focus on multimodal improvements. Again, not about road widening, not about improving or widening intersections, but how can we encourage other modes of transportation? And you can see some of those off to the right. Transit incentives can be offered, bicycle infrastructure, shared mobility, commute trip reduction, parking management, education, neighborhood enhancement, VMT impact fees, which would be separate from a transportation impact fee that we'll bring later in the year. There's consideration for mitigation exchange banks, which could be done on a city or regional level, and then other pedestrian strategies. So again, the goal is to try to improve the infrastructure for pedestrians, cyclists, transit users to encourage them to use other modes of transportation. As I had stated, because this SB 743 is coming from the state, this is a state requirement that we have to come into compliance with. It doesn't mean that we lose all local control as part of that. We still review all projects to make sure that they're consistent with our city adopted plans. Level of service can still be maintained, especially for a smaller area of analysis if we're looking at a handful of blocks and we need to evaluate impacts to intersections and streets there. Project access and circulation, and assessing the need for other off-site improvements. Level of service for intersections in residential areas, queuing, site access and circulation, loading, these are all things that we can still request changes for in a project or request mitigation for to deal with these kind of issues. Again, allowing us to still maintain some of that local control. Parking code consistency is the same thing. I know that a question had been brought up before about whether or not if a project goes over the required parking. What we found in some of the investigation, if it's within a high quality transit area, they cannot go over. They can provide what is required. If they go over, then they're no longer exempt from being in a high quality transit corridor. The philosophy behind that is essentially if there's too much parking created, it just encourages people to drive more, and that defeats the purpose of being in a high quality transit area. So some of our next steps, we're still refining all of this. As I mentioned, we're refining the mitigation strategies. We need to continue updating our travel demand model. Again, we're switching from LOS to VMT. We also need to prepare a VMT tool. The City of Los Angeles uses a web-based tool that essentially the city staff and a developer can go in to easily understand their impacts. They can see proximity to transit. They can get estimates on VMT. They can estimate the impacts that their project would have based on the context that they're in, also accounting for the local land uses within the immediate area. And then we also need to prepare our mitigation strategies and all other estimating tools along with this. So again, this isn't the last time that council will see this. We just wanted to provide an update and kind of explain how VMT works, how the thresholds are developed, and what some of those next steps are. Otherwise, that concludes my presentation, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there any question, from Mr. Culver? Any question? I guess not. So we go to the next item.
I just want to say, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I understand. So we're working on our mitigation, methodologies, and as far as the the thresholds are concerned, I mean, it's good. I'm glad we seem to be taking an ambitious approach with following Cal OPM. Is that basically it, or do we have other discretion? I mean, what room do we have to make choices about the thresholds we set?
There is room for flexibility if we wanted to. We spoke with our consultant team about this as well, and essentially setting a percentage higher would be for a less urban community because they don't quite have the same transit access that maybe we do, or the same walkability or cycling. If we set it too low, there's a good chance that they wouldn't be able to meet their mitigation strategies that they would need to provide. So what we found based on both OPR's recommendation, our consultant, and then looking at it from a regional perspective, that this 85% seems to be kind of the sweet spot for us right now.
Okay, and also with screening, is that pretty much fixed, what you've laid out, or do we have, is that still subject to change?
The affordable housing is not. That is what it is per state. We could consider some of the other ones in terms of the square footage or size of units. Again, these were calibrated on a regional perspective and also using OPR's recommendations. So I don't think it would be advised to deviate too far from those.
Okay. And lastly, on mitigation, so we're looking at things like a developer could pay, into a fund, let's say, to plant median and parkway trees in disadvantaged areas of the city, or potentially, maybe kind of help with some of the pedestrian and bike treatments that we're putting in. That's all possible, right?
It is, as long as we can define a nexus and a relationship to that project. So offsite improvements can be made. We just need to make sure that we have a nexus between the two.
Okay, and on-site, could we do things with construction techniques that, involve lower embodied carbon? I know there's a lot of stuff going on with how you build so that you're actually potentially drawing carbon out of the atmosphere with your materials. Would that be another direction for mitigation?
Most likely not, since that's not transportation related as much. That's more of something that we would handle with, say, a building code or other entitlement process.
Okay. So even though that's addressing GHGs, it's not. There has to be a nexus with reducing VMT, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But then planting trees wouldn't really work.
It wouldn't be the end-all, be-all strategy, but part of that nexus is to improve the conditions of the pedestrian environment. Trees both can make the environment more enticing to walk in, more aesthetically pleasing, but they can also improve safety as well.
I see. That makes sense. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Calwood. Okay, Mr. Jimian. Next item, please.
Do they have to
You need a motion?
Yes.
To file and receive?
There's a note and file.
Motion for note and file.
Do we need
I'll make that motion.
for this? I was told this is just for information.
It is, but it's just a note and file like any other item we have.
I'll second.
So what we do? We need motion.
It was been moved and seconded, so you can take a roll call.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. Okay, next item, please. I was told this was for information, the way I understood, okay? Now we have it. All right?
Next item is city manager regarding fostering equity, diversity, and inclusion in the city of Glendale. 1, resolution reflecting the city council's commitment to the fostering diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout the community and city organization. 2, motion authorizing membership in the Government Alliance on Race and Equity.
Ms. Devon, I'm sorry. It's
Beers,
Ms.
yes.
Beers.
Yes, sir. Mayor Agajanian and members of the City Council, we are here this evening to present a report that was requested by the City Council regarding diversity, inclusion, and equity, and in the future, our ability to review the police department's policies on the use of force, policies that they have in place, and look at race and Glendale's history in totality. Christine Powers, who is here this evening and who wrote this report, will give you a report and a presentation momentarily. But I just wanted to say that Christine Powers, myself, and Chief Povolitis met with the YWCA, Tara Peterson, and Michelle Rojas Soto, who is with Black and Glendale, to share some of our thoughts prior to putting this report together, as well as, of course, gain insights from the two individuals before moving forward with this report. We also had, Chief Povolitis and I had the opportunity to meet with a good friend of mine and a former commissioner, Karen Compton, to continue the dialogue and to learn and gain a better understanding of racial equity in general. We have and will continue to learn more about racial equity. I think we are all very much aware of the importance of that, and our ears are open. What resonated most in terms of the city team meeting with Michelle Rojas Soto as well as Tara Peterson, but Michelle said this, is the importance of long-term focus. It's the long-term focus that she said we should really have our eye on versus the feel-good, short-term reaction to what many of us would want to implement in terms of programs and initiatives. The acknowledgement and understanding really of the hurt and pain of Glendale's past is critical in moving forward. It takes time to examine what took place in Glendale's history. Tonight is only the beginning and part of this process. Again, a key point that was made during the conversation with the YWCA and Black and Glendale, Michelle, was that while there is pressure to move forward quickly, that a slower and more measured approach is far more effective than a knee-jerk reaction. As Ms. Powers will highlight, staff is attempting to ensure that we take stock of understanding our past, where we are in terms of the present, and looking to the future in terms of what needs to happen and the resources that are available to us, with the understanding that we will be before the City Council not once, but a number of times in the future in terms of what this roadmap looks like. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Christine to provide you with the report that is before you and take you through the presentation by way of PowerPoint. With that, Ms. Powers.
Ms. Powers.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Beers. As Ms. Beers mentioned, that this request really came through City Council over the course of the month of June and asked for several items, including diversity, inclusion, and equity, discussions regarding police policies and race and how Glendale's history is tied to that race. And these requests were made, of course, in response to the nationwide dialogue on race and equity following the death of George Floyd by the Minneapolis police, which was followed by others such as Breonna Taylor and Elijah McClain. We saw protests across the country. We saw protests here in Glendale. And in Glendale, they drew thousands onto the streets in response. The mayor released a statement on behalf of the city in support of equality and inclusion, as did Police Chief Carl Povolitis, sharing the pain and frustration stemming from the death of George Floyd and indicating that the actions taken by the Minneapolis police are not consistent with the Glendale Police Department's training, expectations, and culture, and that the department will continue to enhance relationships within the community. In addition, the city released a statement of solidarity and expressed a commitment to examine the city of Glendale's policies and practices to ensure equity, broaden education about race and bias, provide channels for open dialogue to get meaningful systemic change, continue to oppose racist behavior, and continue to celebrate diversity and promote a culture of inclusivity. In the past, Council has had resolutions that they've requested. In 2014, there was a resolution to join the U.S. Conference of Mayors to help eradicate bullying from the community. In 2017, there was a resolution to oppose discrimination against the LGBT community, and this was part of a mayor's campaign for LGBT. And in 2017, Council passed a resolution reaffirming Glendale's commitment to a community free of racism, hatred, and bigotry. And that was in response to the Unite the Right rallies that were taking place and the deaths that occurred as a result of those rallies. These resolutions served as statements on issues affecting the national dialogue, and they served as a way for the City of Glendale to contribute to this dialogue and affirm its position on these issues. While these resolutions served as an end product, as a statement of Council's positions on a particular issue, the resolution that's before Council in this report is different because it serves as a starting point for work that the City of Glendale will undertake with regard to race, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Part of the request that came from Council was to examine the work of other cities, and Burlington, Vermont was specifically cited. In Burlington, Vermont, the City Council tasked a local organization to complete a strategic plan to assist the city in improving the design and delivery of goods and services through the lens of diversity, inclusion, and equity. It took the organization 2 years to complete the study, and the plan that they finally presented, the strategic plan, contained 33 findings, 31 recommendations, and 49 very detailed action steps on how the city could address these goals. And they included eliminating race-based disparities across all city departments, promoting inclusion and engagement of all community members, and eliminating race-based disparities in the greater Burlington community. The work that they currently do is carried out under the Community and Economic Development Office, and they have a program that works with departments in the community. The closest comparison that I can make here is it's kind of like Leadership Glendale, which takes people from city departments and different organizations, businesses throughout the community, and instead of looking at different organizations and getting to know them, it presents workshops and coaching through the lens of diversity and equity. Some works of other cities here locally in California include Sacramento, who established an Office of Diversity and Equity, and their mission is to integrate broader representation through implementing and maintaining policies, practices, protocols, and a workplace environment grounded on fairness, diversity, and equal opportunities. They started a 5-year plan last year that they haven't produced yet on race and gender and equity action plan. The city of Elk Grove, California, which has a population similar to Glendale, a little bit smaller, and a similar form of government, created in 2011 a multicultural committee, and whose role was to strategize points of improvement for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the city. In 2019, Council appointed the Diversity and Inclusion Commission in place of this committee, and they updated their diversity and inclusion strategy. And just recently in Los Angeles, the mayor issued an executive order in late June to establish a racial equity task force whose goal is to create a racial equity action plan. The group is primarily made up of a representative from each city department, along with other appointees by the mayor. Switching gears, it's important to note the City of Glendale's workforce demographics. The city produces a biannual workforce demographics report and has been doing so since 2003. The data in this report follows federal and state reporting guidelines for race and ethnicity. This report is a little bit different in that it also tracks the Armenian category separately, even though it falls into the white category. The 2020 Workforce Demographics Report will be finalized soon. It'll be presented to Council a little bit later this year, and it'll compare data through the end of the 2019 calendar year with those going back 15 to 20 years. The chart you have in front of you shows you a current snapshot of workforce demographics. This will be part of the 2020 report. And you can see it compares calendar year 2016 to June 2020. And you'll see that for the most part, there really haven't been significant changes amongst race and ethnicity. The areas in calendar year 2016 where you see blanks are categories that were recently added by the federal government. That's why you don't see information and data for 2016.
This is for Glendale, right?
This is for the city of Glendale, our workforce here as an organization.
All right, thank you.
And so with the exception of a slight increase in Armenian employees, representation has remained consistent over the past 4 years. And while we're talking about workforce demographics, it should be noted that there could be a potential change by the end of this year that could make affirmative action legal again in the state. The California State Legislature, through the constitutional amendment process, placed Proposition 16 on the November 2020 ballot for California voters. It's known as the Repeal Proposition 209 Affirmative Action Amendment, and this proposition seeks to repeal Prop 209, which was passed in 1996, to allow the state to discriminate against or grant preferential treatment to any individual, person, or group based on race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin. If Prop 16 passes, this provision would be repealed and will allow for affirmative action policies in the state. And should it pass, the city will review and adjust policies as needed. The city had begun the process through HR and the city manager's office to explore implicit bias training last fall as a means of raising awareness and gaining insight of personal biases and perspectives. As community leaders, this discussion included leaders of GUSD and GCC as well. And we had a kickoff meeting that was planned for the end of March, but as we know, the pandemic upended all our intentions, and so we had to put that on hold. The city has resumed training and will include elected officials and department heads here in the city. We have also reached out to GUSD and GCC and invited them back to join us in this process should they want to do so. And we are utilizing the LA County Commission on Human Relations to provide us with that training. And in addition to this forthcoming training, the city has had a long history of providing its employees training and education in the areas of diversity and prevention of workplace harassment. And so this is just a natural progression for us as an organization to evolve to this training. Part of what council requested was a look at the Glendale Police Department and its policies and procedures. And as we know, our Glendale Police Department is built on the tenets of community policing. And in recognizing that many calls for service require the assistance of other professionals and members of the community who are not officers, our police department has created specific interdisciplinary teams and partnerships that allow the police department to provide holistic services aimed at successful long-term resolutions. We have our mental health evaluation team that partners with the LA County Department of Mental Health, and they go in and do crisis intervention and follow-up services in order to save lives. They provide meaningful resources and reduce calls for service. The team consists of a full-time police officer and one clinician who's a psychologist from LA Department of Mental Health. And in the last 2 years, this team has provided critical mental health services to over 225 individuals and responded to over 2,000 calls for service. We also have our homeless outreach team, and members of this team partner with other city departments and nonprofit organizations to identify homeless individuals in an effort to promote a path to long-term housing. Over the last 2 years, the team has referred approximately 220 homeless individuals to Glendale's Continuum of Care Partners for services. The department also has a community impact team that collaborates with other community partners, residential and commercial, and they provide resources, training, outreach, and a variety of services to continue building strong relationships, to reduce calls for service, to educate residents and businesses regarding crime prevention, and to improve quality of life. The department also has a youth and law program, and this is a youth diversion program for younger community members who commit first-time low-level offenses to help them make better choices and to reduce recidivism. The program takes referrals from the Glendale Unified School District, who refer students that would benefit from the program. And when funding is available, the police department partners with a local mental health provider to present a portion of the curriculum of this program. And the department also participates with GUSD and their restorative practices whenever appropriate. In addition to these specific response teams that the police department has, the police department also recognizes the value of community engagement as a cornerstone of its success. And there are several programs that allow the community to engage with the police department, both adults and youth. We've had for years the Students Training as Role Models STAR program, which is designed for at-risk youth ages 9 to 14 to provide them with long-term mentoring and guidance by members of the department. We also have our community and teen academies. These are two different programs, but both allow adults and teens to enroll in several week programs to learn about the various facets of policing and the Glendale Police Department. They're able to receive hands-on learning experiences with training simulators, SWAT, forensics, and more. The department also has a police community advisory panel, and this is in an effort to enhance community engagement and strengthen relationships with stakeholders that this was created. It provides a forum for the chief of police and the command staff to discuss concerns and contemporary policing issues and to receive feedback and discuss concerns. The members of this advisory panel represent a cross-section of the community from various organizations as well as youth representation. The current panel has been meeting since fall 2018 on a quarterly basis to discuss department organization, operations, use of force and laws and policies, drones, and other community safety-related issues. And now, while we are seeing a conversation on police reform beginning to take place across the country, it should be noted that the state of California has been engaged in this conversation for some time and does lead the nation on police reform. Last year, California passed AB 392 regarding the use of deadly force, changing the law to require that deadly force only be used when necessary. Many law enforcement agencies in the state, including Glendale, already train for de-escalation and crisis intervention to minimize use of force as much as possible. Just last month, California Attorney General Xavier Becerra announced an agenda for police reform aimed at improving use of force procedures, addressing issues around bias in policing, and increasing accountability and transparency. Based on a request brought forth by council, GPD is reviewing these recommendations and will also discuss them with the Police Community Advisory Panel and provide an update to council. As Ms. Beers mentioned, recognizing that there are key stakeholders in our community that can provide feedback and insight in the city's work towards building an anti-racist Glendale, staff met with representatives from the Glendale YWCA and Black in Glendale. The feedback they provided in this meeting was instrumental in crafting this report. When most people think of racism, they think of racism on an interpersonal level and the individual interactions that people experience across different races. According to Race Forward, an organization that's been leading conversations on race for 50 years, they contend that there's an emerging explanation of racism that consists of 4 levels. The first is internalized racism, and these are the private beliefs and biases that people may hold within themselves. The next is interpersonal racism, which occurs between individuals in their day-to-day interactions. The third is institutional racism, which occurs within institutions and systems of power and refers to unfair policies, discriminatory practices that produce racially inequitable outcomes for people of color. This can occur in schools and workplaces. And finally, structural racism refers to the racial bias among institutions and across society and involves cumulative and compounding effects in society. As an organization that serves the public, the City of Glendale has heeded to its obligation to examine what role it may play in institutional racism and work to replace any semblance of a racist system with one that is anti-racist and opposes racism. In looking at the best practices to assess the City of Glendale as an organization and to determine how to become more diverse, equitable, and inclusive, staff reviewed the work of other cities and organizations that provide resources in this field. Through this analysis, an organization that stood out as a great option is the Local and Regional Government Alliance on Race and Equity, known as GARE. GARE is a national network of government working to achieve racial equity and advance opportunities for all. They support a cohort of jurisdictions working to achieve racial equity. They provide best practices, tools, and resources, develop a pathway for entry into racial equity work, and support and build local and regional collaborations that are inclusive and focused on achieving racial equity. GARE has a network of over 200 members across 30 states. Members include many metropolitan cities across the country, including San Francisco, Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Pasadena, Long Beach, and San Diego. Becoming a member of GARE, which costs $5,000 a year, would allow the city to access GARE's resources, network, and staff, and then allow for the development of an action plan that would come back to City Council for consideration and discussion. The City of Glendale has always valued the many voices represented in the community and recognizes how important it is to ensure that every voice is heard as we make our way through this process. One of the key points that was elucidated through staff's meeting with the YWCA in Black and Glendale was that there is a need to build the racial literacy of city leaders and the community before we can begin listening, so that we can fully understand the conversation, and that this process is one that needs to be slow and deliberate. Racial literacy involves individuals learning to recognize, respond to, and counter various forms of racism. By working with GARE, we can work on this racial literacy to then present the best path forward as we work together towards building a better, more equitable Glendale. Given all this, it's still important to start a community conversation now regarding a historical perspective on race and its impacts on present-day society, both across the country and here in Glendale. There's a panel discussion that will take place virtually next week, organized by the City of Glendale. I'm going to ask Aram to pull up that slide so anyone watching at home can see it. Thank you. Sure. Thank you. So the City of Glendale will present this panel on racism, past and present, and this is a community conversation. It'll take place virtually via WebEx. It'll be on Thursday, July 30th at 6:30 p.m. and does include an impressive panel. If we can switch to the next, sorry.
You want to go back to the presentation?
No, we can stay on the second page. So these are the panelists who will be joining us, and we do have a local historian, Gary Keys, who will be joining us, who can speak on Glendale's past as well. Anyone interested in participating, if they go to glendaleca.gov and they go to our calendar page and they go to July 30th, they will find this flyer. We welcome anyone to submit questions to us in advance, and that's how we will take panel questions at MyGlendale@glendaleca.gov. And there's no registration required, and anyone can just join the WebEx link. So if we can go back to the presentation now, Autumn, thank you. This is also being shared on our various social media platforms, so anyone can go to our various social media platforms and find a link to the event there as well. So this discussion will serve as a starting point for a year-long series of educational programming to be presented by the Library, Arts, and Culture Department around racism, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there will be additional opportunities for community engagement once we move forward with an action plan. And this concludes staff report. Staff is here from various departments to help answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. First, do we have any callers?
Yes, Mayor, we do have 6 callers.
Hold on one second. Ms. Yasmin Beers, you want to say something? No. Okay, we'll go to the callers first. Okay.
Michelle, you're live. Michelle? Michelle, can you hear me? Michelle?
Michelle?
Michelle? Michelle,
go.
Can you hear me?
Let's go to the next caller, and then we'll come back to Michelle.
Tara, can you hear me? Tara?
Hi, this is Tara.
Hi.
Michelle and I think Elizabeth both had to get off. They did text me, so they're going to email them their comments. But I'm here representing YWCA Glendale, and first of all, I just wanted to just take a moment and thank Yasmin and Christine and the chief for engaging in the conversation with us regarding the report. I think the report is a great starting point for us to have follow-up questions, and I know that both Michelle and Elizabeth had some follow-up questions specifically in regards to some things, but those are things we would like to do offline. But I'm really here just to kind of provide some additional information on what YWCA Glendale is doing and how we can be of support to the city of Glendale. So throughout its history, the YWCA has been a pioneer in combating all forms of oppression and promoting racial and ethnic understanding. We have continued to build upon the momentum of the June 2020 historical march and vigil to center Black lives in Glendale. In late June, we convened a group of committed community members, activists, educators, students, parents, and faith leaders to discuss next steps in our work to address systemic racism and inequities in our community. Our racial justice initiatives seek to build collaborative partnerships with those who share our vision of peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all. We look forward to working diligently with individuals, community groups, and government agencies to preserve and extend constitutionally guaranteed rights to people from whom they have historically been denied on the basis of race, uphold racial equity and combat racism in all forms through community organizing, training, policy, recommendations, and public education, address the broad spectrum of issues that disproportionately and negatively impact people of color. We are working behind the scenes with a group of folks, and we look forward to sharing more as we formalize our coalition structure, our framework for change, and set our collective agenda for an anti-racist Glendale. Our committee, the coalition, will uphold YWCA Glendale's mission of eliminating racism by working on ways to transform our community to become actively conscious of race and racism, to end racial inequities in our daily lives through meaningful systemic change. Some people may say that the term anti-racism excludes consideration of other forms of oppression that are at work, like discrimination based on gender, sexuality, ability, religion, and class, for example. Our view of anti-racism is inclusive of the analysis of the intersectionality, which really focuses on forms of oppression that are at work in our society and our lives. And you can see that in our recommended language change as we include language regarding LGBTQ communities and other communities that intersect with race. However, our primary focus for social change nonetheless is racism, which is complicated by other forms of oppression. Because we live in a society that is so resistant to and uncomfortable with discussions on racism, specifically in regards to the African American community, we feel it's imperative to maintain the primary focus. We provided alternative resolution for consideration, but ultimately, we really feel that until the city of Glendale acknowledges and recognizes its past racial history and exclusionary policies as a sundown town, specifically towards African American community, we cannot move forward towards equity and inclusion. We believe that the first step towards reconciliation and healing is being able to acknowledge the wrongs of our past. And so we're urging the City Council to take this historical first step and confront its complicated racial legacy. Getting communities to learn and address the past is difficult but vital. There's always a rush to move forward without engaging with the damage that's from the past. And we've been good at that for over 400 years. The time is now to break from the history and reimagine a new and more equitable Glendale. We're asking the city to hold off on the resolution, although we know the intent of the resolution is to create a first step. We really want to see a resolution that has more meaningful and actionable items behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Elizabeth, you're live. Elizabeth? Elizabeth? Elizabeth, you're live.
Is Michelle still unavailable?
No, she hung up, Mayor.
Oh. How about Elizabeth? What happened?
Elizabeth, can you hear me?
Tara said that Elizabeth and Michelle had to drop off.
Anybody else?
Next caller. Next caller.
Yes.
Elizabeth Vintanza. Elizabeth? Catherine?
Hello?
Catherine, can you hear us?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Yes, hi. Good evening. This is Kathy Yurka, and I would like to echo Tara's request that Glendale pause the resolution. I'm very glad that Council is planning to pass one and address these important issues, but I think it's important that we make sure to get it right. And I would also ask you to think about why it might send a really bad message that the resolution and this presentation was pushed to the very end of the action items. I think that was really unfortunate. A few years ago, I was part of an effort to save a house in Glendale where a famous black circus performer lived briefly and in secret in the late 1930s. The Glendale Historical Society made the case that the property was historically significant for its association with the period when Glendale was intensively racially restrictive. 6 historic preservation professionals submitted letters of support, which is very unusual, but staff, and as a result the DRB, rejected our case. I did a lot of research on blacks in Glendale as part of this effort, and I just want to emphasize that Glendale was really different from other communities. Its racism was notorious, and it was widely reported in the national black press, which means that not only did local blacks know that Glendale was not safe after dark, but really it was widely known across the country. And I believe that the city needs a resolution that better reflects the situation here. The document before you, I agree, is very well intentioned, but it's just too general. And if I may say so, I found it a little glib. When TGHS was working to save this house called Clicco House, we suggested to staff they prepare an African American historic context statement that would research in detail the history of blacks and of racism against them in Glendale. This idea was poo-pooed at the time as impossible and a waste of time. I am very eager to raise the idea again with you. Glendale is a certified local government, which means that our city agrees to follow certain rules to promote historic preservation at the local level. One of the benefits for doing so is access to state grant money to help them with the cost of preparing such documents. I would urge Glendale to apply for a grant for this project. I don't think that Glendale can create a resolution that both acknowledges and apologizes for its racist past until it really understands what it's apologizing for. Thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Good night. Next one.
Elizabeth, you're live?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Elizabeth, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Attans. I'm calling on behalf of Civic Sundays, and I'm a Glendale resident. I'm encouraged by the framing of this resolution and report as a beginning and not an ending. However, after reading the report and the current draft resolution, I encourage the city to use the YWCA's revised version of the resolution. Moreover, after reading the report, I urge the city to commit to examining law enforcement in Glendale beyond training hours, procedures, and mentorship. For example, Lexipol is the private company that writes our police training manuals. Lexipol was founded by 2 former law enforcement officers. One of the co-founders was an attorney for the Los Angeles Police Union and the Orange City Attorney's Office, where he handled police litigation. In 2019, this co-founder stated that, quote, while de-escalation has become the latest buzzword and is conceptually advisable, agencies must exercise extreme caution when mandating action with the use of inflexible shalls, end quote. I'd like to know why the city is spending thousands of dollars to pay people who don't live or work in Glendale to write our police manuals. I'm also concerned about the over-reliance on GPD as mentors within our public schools, with students apparently as young as 9 years old. I respectfully ask the city to think both more concretely and broadly about what anti-racist and equity work looks like in Glendale. In short, I don't think it should be centered on police or policing. The City Council endorsing Prop 16 to restore affirmative action, for example, would be a positive, concrete action to hire more historically underrepresented people in our city. And finally, acknowledging and repairing the harm that has been inflicted on communities of color, especially the Black community in Glendale, is essential. we can think about what the city might do to ensure access to loans and capital for our Black entrepreneurs, and we might be able to address the effect of historic housing discrimination on our Black community, and how we might acknowledge that to make the Black community feel more welcome in Glendale. I look forward to seeing where this work takes our city, and I thank you for your time. Good night.
Good night. Thank you. Next one. Next caller, please.
Todd Leonard. Todd, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Todd Leonard. I'm senior pastor of the Glendale City Church of Seventh-day Adventists, and I'm also a member of the Coalition for an Anti-Racist Glendale. And I, too, want to thank the City Council and our city manager and those involved with doing the initial work and responding quickly to the call that is being made to our country in regarding to racial injustice and specifically police brutality and other forms of systemic injustice. Very grateful that our city is hearing that, and for the support for the protests and other gatherings that have taken place over the last few weeks. But I too also would like to request that the resolution be put on hold and that more consideration will be given to the alternative resolution that was put forward by the Anti-Racist Glendale Coalition. One of the things that I've learned, I've been a resident of Glendale for 8 years now, and it took me 4 or 5 years to start learning about our city's past. And to not address that from the top speaks to how ignorant our city is about our history. The level of systemic racism in all areas of the city were established and intentional from the founding of when our city was founded in 1906. This city was designed to be white and white only. And there's no wonder that in 1910, there was less than 1% of the city was anybody besides white. And in the census from 2010, we only had 1.6% of our population as Black. That is a complete success for the white supremacist mission of the city of Glendale on which it was founded. To not acknowledge this and say this is at the root is to say that racism and prejudice and discrimination in the South could be addressed without talking about Jim Crow laws that were established in the years following the end of slavery. We succeeded in keeping people of color out of this city. And so it's not a matter of changing policy. It's not a matter of just affirmative action. Those, although looking at policy and considering affirmative action and looking at how we police and all those things are good, but if we don't start from us on the right footing, we're not going to get anywhere. Last year, my congregation and I began the hard work of looking at ourselves and looking at a church that developed and grew and became wealthy and successful in a Glendale that was determined to keep people of color out of our city. And we've had to start coming to grips with the fact that we benefited and we blossomed in a city that did not desire anybody other than white people living in it. And half of my church did not know our history. And it's been painful for our church to realize that we were part of the problem, both passively and sometimes actively. And we realize we have to change what we're doing, and we have to address it from the root. So I would please ask that the City Council would take the same step, and then whatever resolution, whatever first public statement is made, that we own the bad history of our city, to have an interview with local TV media, articles in the paper, will be a great first step for opening dialogue to moving towards a more racially just Glendale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Brian, you're live. Brian? Brian, can you hear me? Brian?
Yes. Good
Go ahead,
evening,
you're
Honorable
live.
Mayor. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Brian Voss. I'm calling regarding the solid waste contract at been discussed in recent meetings. I'm the area senior manager with the
Brian,
Service.
Brian, I think you're calling for oral communication, so I'm going to put you back on hold, okay?
Yep.
Thanks. Ara Kirkjian? Ara, can you hear me? Ara, can you hear me? Ara? Ara, can you hear me? Ara Kirkjian? Can we drop the call? Go to next caller.
Yes, please.
Alice, you're live. Can you hear me? Alice?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Najarian. Why you are not excusing yourself as a landlord? Because previously you were doing that. I remember. Because
Alice, I'm going to have to put you on hold. You're on the next oral communications. Okay? Hold on, Alice.
Okay. Thank you.
Karen, you're live. Karen? Karen, go ahead.
Okay, I didn't see the entire presentation because I ran into technical difficulty, so I don't know if you already covered this. But I just want to say a few words about where racial justice and housing justice intersect. That nationally, 70% of white people are homeowners, but only 41% of black households are homeowners. This is not an accident. So I'm going to point out that housing justice does go a long way toward healing racial justice. Also, and I have seen this firsthand, we have had several black tenants call into us and tell us that they're getting harassed, not just by their landlords, but also by their neighbors, in ways that are very difficult to prove. So racism is alive and well in Glendale. It's just gotten harder to prove. Although I've asked these tenants to try to document it as much as possible. One was a case where a tenant's neighbors were complaining about noise issues and actually cited the noise ordinance in Glendale, of course, with zero proof. And another tenant said that she was actually being charged a higher rent than any of her housemates. And how do you redress problems like this? Okay, and the main way that Glendale can address this injustice is by setting up council districts. Okay, it is not an accident that all 5 city council members are white. You can do this by breaking Glendale up into council districts so that people in other areas of the city can actually have a voice in what you do. Also, I have to say that implicit bias training does not work. That corporations have been doing this for decades, and if it worked, we would have seen the evidence by now. Also, thank you for showing us that slide of the racial breakdown of city staff. I would also like to see the average salaries by race, because corporations have a long habit of doing this. That they do have people of color represented at the very bottom rung of their ladder, but they somehow never get promoted into management. And also, this also is why implicit bias training does not work. In every organization, it is only the policymakers at the top who have any control over policy. That's where you need to make the changes at the top. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Yeah, for the record, I'm of Armenian background. I don't necessarily identify myself as white. I do identify as other in any form which asks, such as the U.S. Census. So I think Mr. Kasakian shares my heritage as well as Mr. Agajanian. So I think, Karen, to just blanketly throw us all into white has some problems of its own.
Thank you. Next caller.
Mayor, it looks like the rest of the 2 callers are for oral communications. That is all for this item.
That was all? Okay. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor, a question.
Yes, please. Councilmember Najarian.
So my first question, I heard that staff, city manager, police chief, Christine was working with this working group and you were making good progress. And then we get the report and then we get letters from the group and members of the group calling in saying, no, this is wrong. Don't vote on this. So what's going on? You realize you're putting the city council in a little bit of a tight spot here. Please tell me Were you working with this group or were you not working with this group? Did you misrepresent your cooperation with each other, or what's going on here?
Sure. Councilmember Najarian, members of City Council, Mayor, we elicited feedback from the group. We did not present a draft version of the resolution to them, but more listened to them and took in information about the pace, the tone, and how we would move forward. One of the pieces of feedback that we got, one of the questions I posed was if we should include gender, as the staff person for the Commission on the Status of Women, gender and gender equity is something that I work on and think about on a daily basis. And so one of the questions I posed was, should gender equity be part of this conversation? Because in some of the research I did, there were some cities that did include gender when doing these types of reports. And the feedback that we got was not to include gender as a part of this examination. And that is because when you put race and gender together, that race is the harder subject to talk about, and gender is a little bit easier. And so people tend to glom on to gender, and we'll talk about gender, and race gets left behind. And that if we work on race and do the hard work in our community and truly work on racial equity, that the work that gets done, gender will follow. And gender, and we already have a commission on the status of women, and we heeded that advice. As far as the historical acknowledgement, the resolution states that we are open to exploring Glendale's history. Admittedly, I, as staff, have, before being tasked with this report, had never examined Glendale's historical past. I've heard things in passing, and so our staff is working on looking through our ordinances at this time, and our library staff is working on going through whatever research, whatever they have in their archives of articles and whatnot, and other resources that we can go through. It's a long process, and one that we honestly have never started before, and we're starting it now. And part of the conversation that we plan to have on July 30th is about this. And I think until we gain an understanding of what our history is and learn about it, it's hard to come forward with a resolution to council today with all of that, laid out point by point. And in talking to the YWCA and to Black and Glendale, our understanding was that there was a coalition working on a resolution that reflected the history of Glendale, and staff was invited to be, and we expressed interest in being a part of that coalition and working on it. So there could have been just a misunderstanding. We thought this is a starting point and that other resolutions would follow as we started on this long, steady journey towards building racial equity in Glendale.
I mean, you can see the conflict situation that council is placed in. I certainly want any resolution from this with the cooperation of the stakeholder groups, but something just so wrong turn here. I do support your suggestion to do the research because I moved to Glendale in 1980. My parents moved to the United States in 1960. I wasn't in Glendale when the bad stuff was going on, and if the bad stuff was going on, we need to find out more than just anecdotal evidence. I have seen maps of redlining, and in fact, neighborhoods such as Northwest, Ross Moyne, Mountain, Verdugo Woodlands appear to have been redlined, and I have personally seen deeds of trust with the restrictive covenants against people of color, Mexicans, Jews, etc. Here's a question to everyone involved. If we discover that the developer of those communities and neighborhoods insisted that restrictive language be placed, that no blacks live there. It turned out to be Judge Ross of Rossmoyne fame, or Leslie Brand of, Brand Boulevard fame, or it goes on and on. Brockmont, Stalker, Kenneth. Are we prepared as a community, and are we being asked to change those names? The same way in the South, statues, Confederate heroes are being pulled down because they were proponents of racism and slavery. It's a question. It's a tough question, and that's why I think the evidence needs to be done. The research needs to be done to see what role the city councils have played, if any, mayors, as well as the developers who are our neighborhoods are named after. Spar. Phil Lanzafame said, yeah, he saw that covenant on his deed in Spar Heights. Now, if Mr. Spar insisted that no blacks live there, should we continue to have a neighborhood named after Spar Heights? These are tough questions. We need to discuss them. But this is where we're going. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments by council members?
I just, may I?
Ms. Devine.
Yeah, I just would like to ask our city attorney if there are any legal ramifications that might occur with some of the actionable items mentioned in this draft, or even what we're talking about, the changes that could be coming. Reparation, I mean, is that going to be in our future?
Councilmember Devine,
Yes.
These are all policy questions and policy issues that you have to direct us on. The legal issues are, obviously something we'll look at as we go through and as draft resolutions are prepared. If they're with additional language, we'll certainly look at them, but this is really a policy discussion.
Okay, all right.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, if I may just add to what Ms. Powers stated, and whether the City Council this evening passes the resolution that's before you by way of the report that was provided to you by city staff, or not at all, or the council would like to possibly consider the draft resolution that was provided by the YWCA and this coalition that has come together. Our suggestion would be, if it's the latter, it's imperative, I think, that we truly study the records that are in place in the city of Glendale, to go back to what Councilmember Devine said, to make sure that the record is clear, and that we, the council, is not adopting something possibly inadvertently when it's not looked at by way of staff. Staff at this time, as Ms. Powers stated, the city attorney's office, the library, I know the city clerk, Ara Majemian, have been scouring through records to see what types of records are in place, but this does take time to do it right, to do it appropriately, so that we could provide you with that context. And once you have that information, you can appropriately adopt a resolution that is meaningful, that does take ownership of whatever has occurred in the past, and allows the city council and the community to move forward with some of the things that have been outlined. But that piece of it is going to take us some time to put together.
Thank you.
If I may, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
When we all attended the rally, Black Lives Matter rally, one of the most important messages that I came away with from that rally is, this is a marathon. It is not a sprint. So it's going to take time. We have to do it thoughtfully. We have to do it carefully and slowly. I was involved in the vote on the anti-discrimination against the LGBTQ in when was that, 2017? And in 2014, the bullying resolution, and that was brought because of Marilyn Gannell and Nairina Habidian, who had the bullying coalition. So my past actions, I think, speak to my feelings about racial equity. Now, if we are to pass this resolution tonight, I would be in favor of making one of the suggestions that they are making in their alternative draft is in the resolution. We are committed to it would be B, supporting efforts to ensure the community and city organization is anti-racist, which is one that opposes racism and actively promotes racial equity. I think they asked for that change. I would be willing to commit in this resolution to work with the coalition on anti-racism in racist Glendale, and of course to involve our stakeholders. Those things I think we can take for granted, but if they want it in writing, I think that I don't have any objection to that. So I think if we make some amendments to this resolution that are not that will not take a long time, but that we can really do tonight, I think it would be helpful. And then we can move on to the history and the education and all those other very important issues that are going to take time for research, not only legally but historically, ethically. The whole gamut of thoughtfulness. And so that would be my suggestion, and I will leave my comments at that. I think Elizabeth Baitanza, by the way, had all good suggestions, but those can all be addressed in the future strategic plan once the task force is formed completely with all the community stakeholders. That's what we can do moving forward. Let's start here and move forward. And I would absolutely approve joining GARE. And that's my comment. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Is there any other comment?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Broughton.
Okay, so firstly, I want to thank Christine and Yasmin and the chief for some really great work. And this is, it's very encouraging. I think these are respectful, honest conversations. Everybody recognizes that this is just the beginning, and we will continue them. I don't think there's any reason to rush. I don't think there's any reason to pass anything tonight. I think we can take some time to get it right. I think we can work from the resolution that's been suggested by the Coalition for an Anti-Racist Glendale. It doesn't mean it will end up being word for word exactly what's there now, but I think that we should take that as our starting point. I think just in general, we need to really make sure we don't get in our bubble. We really need to bring in all the great resources that we have around the city. So for instance, Glendale Library Arts and Culture, I know they're talking about a year-long series. It's very exciting. I really would hope that they will work closely with people at Glendale College. I've made some introductions. They're people that are very expert in oral history work. Let's leverage them. Let's leverage the Glendale Historical Society on this work. Let's make sure we work closely with the Arts Commission because they are interested in bringing a significant arts component into the work that's going to take place over the year. Let's not try to do this in a bubble. Same thing with the resolution and with the action plan. I'm really encouraged about this idea of an action plan, this group, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, sounds great, but the staff report talks about us being, the city working with GARE to put together the action plan. I think that the action plan has to be put together with the coalition as a very, very important stakeholder in this. So I just think in everything that we do, let's do it with the community. And again, and with the resolution, I feel the same way. I feel we should do that together with them. And I also totally agree with what Kathy Yerka had to say about an African American historic context statement. I think we could bring back an authorization to go ahead and try to get grant funding for that and start that process of doing serious historic context work on our history. And we shouldn't be afraid of anything that comes up. I don't think any of us are. If it means we start changing names, so be it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I don't think we need to be worried about anything. We just need to take our time, do it right. I think we're all serious, and I'm really encouraged and I'm excited.
Thank you. Mr. Najarian.
No, I want to hear from me again. It's Mr. Kasakian's turn.
Mr. Kasakian. Okay. Mr. Kasakian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I have to be honest, and when I read the report, I think that to me it felt a little bit rushed. I don't think it was flushed out. And I really think that there's 3 different policy areas that were crammed into this one report that didn't really explain what the next steps were other than this request for funds to join CARE, which, again, I'm fine with. If it's $5,000 investment for us to get some additional input, that's fine. And I would vote to approve that, but I'm not ready to approve, I think, a resolution that seems, really just not well thought out and covering the areas that I feel we need to cover to make a clear statement, starting from the past, acknowledging the past, separating ourselves from it, and charting a path forward for everyone in Glendale that is inclusive, that embraces and celebrates diversity, sees it as an asset, and strives towards equity. In that regard, I also want to commend the folks from this coalition that's been working on this, but I wasn't entirely sold on their version of it either. And so I think that it's best to table any resolution. If it's worth doing well and worth doing right. This isn't about being expedient, it's about doing the right thing and putting forth a message that's going to be our legacy, whereas previous councils in the past, as Councilmember Najarian noted with some of the names he mentioned, have a different legacy. Our legacy collectively as the 5 council members of the city during this time in our nation's history has to be one that starts the process for the roadmap forward for Glendale henceforth. So, I'm fine with us joining GARE. I just don't want to see it as this crutch and an over-reliance on it. The reason being that Glendale, amongst our neighboring cities, is unique in a history that is very troubling. And so I want to also echo, and I'm glad it was suggested, because if it wasn't, I would have done it as well. Suggest the idea of applying for grants to help us do the research, draw upon our own resources, both at the community college. Thank you, Councilmember Brotman, for bringing that up and highlighting the fact that we have a ready resource of numerous academics and professionals who have expertise in these areas and have been doing programming around issues of race and equity just up the street from us. Working with our schools, and I appreciate that staff has started that process, but it needs to be continuous. And I believe that the coalition should also work with the school district and the college district as well, because I believe that having this across all our agencies, all aspects of our community, learning about our past, understanding where we want to go is how we're going to get to a better place for the future of our city. So I certainly am not ready to vote on either resolution, either the resolution that came from staff or the one that was substituted. I would like to see this come back with a little bit more thought out, actionable suggestions, perhaps looking at doing a little bit more research as to what has been done in other cities and academic institutions at university levels to find what are things that we could incorporate moving forward in terms of our overall plan. An idea, or perhaps a community town hall for us to understand what the concerns of the members of our community are, Black community, everyone living in Glendale, as to where we want to get to, and continue this process, perhaps come back in either 2 weeks, a month, and separate from that. By the way, one of the things that for me felt distracting was the discussions about, I understand how law enforcement has become a central issue in all of this, but we have to realize that, racism isn't about law enforcement. I've said this countless times. The woman in Central Park who called the police authorities on the African-American gentleman who was there bird watching was not a police personnel. The person was just an average citizen who was very much, I think, aware of how she used race and used it in a way to threaten this innocent man's life, potentially. So we have to look inwards. Each of us has to look within ourselves. I've said this before, I'm not perfect. I know I have still a lot to learn, and I'm open to that. But I think that staff should come back with us with a more flushed out report with some of the aspects of Glendale's history that we can take action on to declare our separation from that past. If it's anything on the books, or if it's anything like swastikas on lampposts, whatever it may be, to show that we are not a city that of the reputation that we have.
Mayor
Thank you.
Agajanian?
Najarian. Councilmember Najarian.
No, I said my piece, but I don't mind, I agree with my colleagues that let's get research, get some grants, and do this at the appropriate time with all groups on board. None of this one-upsmanship or whatever that may have been going on previously.
Thank you. I just want to mention that, I've lived in here for 40 years, and for 21 years I've been TV host and commentator. And what is in front of us is kind of different than what I have seen. I was speaking about Congressman Lewis a few days ago, that what he has done and what he went through at age 23 in Selma, I guess. But I'm not ready now to decide something at this second. This is the first time it came in front of us. We better have some more educated, if you have to do an educated decision, we have to have more information. Let's do it with the community, maybe with college or schools, or those who are more knowledgeable about this, and then go ahead and decide what's right for this community. To rush to this, whatever is presented to us, I think it's not enough. And I need more information, actually. Although I do this study every day, and I'm doing it for 21 years, what went on in Glendale. I'm very familiar with the history of Glendale, but this is not enough based on what I hear from our city, our staff. I would like to wait for more informed decision to do better, get more information and decide about this issue at a later time. That's my take of it. So now, what do we do now?
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I mean, I would like to move, firstly, just that we authorize the $5,000 to join AIR, but more importantly, that we ask staff to look into sources of funding and process for launching a historic context statement. I don't know what it costs. I don't know what's involved. So maybe they can come back and tell us what that would look like, whether we are going to be able to source outside funding or we're going to pay for it ourselves. But I would like to move that we start the ball on that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I would suggest taking the motion as it relates to the first part of what Councilmember Brotman brought up, which is motion authorizing the membership to GARE. And then the second piece of the motion, we have all the requests that came from the City Council this evening, many of which are part of the follow-up that we are going to do that were mentioned by each of the council members. In particular, the two items that Mr. Brotman brought up, if you'd like very specifically on those items to get a second, we would bring back a very specific report on that. But you don't need it as a motion. It would be a request, and we would put a report together and bring back information related to that. But everything that the council has brought up this evening in terms of the feedback, I think we have very good and clear direction in terms of what you are all looking for, and we will be back before you in the near future based on the items that you discussed this evening. But we would need a motion most definitely, as Mr. Brotman stated, on 8B2.
Okay, well, I'll move that item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. Thank you. What's next, please?
Next would be oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate Department of Investigation and report. There are 3 callers, Mayor.
Let's go to the first caller. You have 5 minutes.
Brian, you're live. Brian?
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Brian Voss. I'm calling regarding the solid waste contract that's been discussed in recent meetings. I'm the senior area manager of the public services based at our facilities just down the road in Sun Valley. For the last 40 years, we've been proud to serve many of your commercial customers and residents, and we would be honored to continue to do so. Your constituents are counting on you to partner with the best and most experienced waste and recycling providers. They expect you to get the best price and the best service with the goal of increasing diversion rates and complying with regulations imposed by Sacramento. Respectfully, the direction you've been asked to approve in prior meetings will in no way deliver on these goals. In reality, we believe that this is a pathway to higher rates, poor service quality, and failure to achieve state and local environmental compliance. Based on the responses that Republic submitted to your RFP, we're hard-pressed to understand how a company with our breadth and depth of experience was not selected to commence negotiations with the city. Let me explain why. Your RFP asks proposers to respond to a comprehensive list of no less than 12 separate evaluation criteria. However, the staff report only lists 6 of the 12 categories. Missing is any reference and scoring for several really important categories. For example, qualifications and experience, facilities processing recycling capabilities, safety records, financial capabilities, waste diversion performance, and perhaps most importantly, rate. If the goal of the RFP was to achieve the best price, we cannot understand why you're being asked to approve entering into negotiations with haulers who do not own or operate their own facilities and infrastructure. These providers will be subject to third-party price fluctuations that will impact the quality of service they're able to provide. Republic owns and operates the most advanced disposal and recycling processing network in the region. How could companies that do not own any infrastructure receive the same score as those who do own and operate their own disposal and recycling facilities? It just doesn't make any sense. And underscore how puzzling the scoring provided by staff really is, one of the 4 finalists does not even have one single commercial residential financial agreement anywhere within the county. How could they possibly reference any transition experience or ability to meet state regulation and mandates? They can't, but you're being asked to entrust them to serve your city and constituents. There's no question you have much better choices in front of you. For the benefit of your constituents, residents, and businesses, we urge you to reopen the public hearing and include the public in the negotiation process. Glendale Republic should continue our long partnership of 40 years, partnership that brings superior service provided to you by the proud men and women of Teamsters Local 396, and the best rates that you can provide for your business and residents. They deserve nothing less. Thank you for your time and consideration. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Alice, you're live. Alice? Can you hear me, Alice? Alice?
Hello, yes?
Yes,
Yes.
Go ahead, Alice.
Hi.
It's your turn. Go ahead.
Good evening. Mr. Najarian, why you are not excusing yourself as a landlord? Because previously I remember you were doing, I am not 100% sure although. Because someone told the truth, you called her extremist. Excuse me, sir. You know, last time what you said, you wanted to end all the moratorium, put everybody on the street. Is that considerate? Is that humane? You are a lawyer. You know. We know how the lawyers speak. You attacked her as a lawyer. You said last time you worked hard to own the buildings. I don't know how many you have. I know your father is a doctor. Other students also pay student loans and they can't buy, but they work very hard. Landlord union is doing everything to put tenants on the streets. You know this because they are lobbying you. Mr. Kazakian, you are inconsistent also. Once you defend the tenants, then you say, oh, Mr. Najarian, you are right. You said once, 1 month, 2 months does not make a difference for you. I don't know how it doesn't make a difference. It makes a difference for the tenant. It makes a big difference for the tenants. It's obvious that if the tenants will not call, you will follow the landlord lobbying, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Ike, you're live. Ike?
Hi, good evening, folks. I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional today with all the stuff going on. I first want to just address one piece. You know, there was a lot of conversation about race and whiteness, and although, yes, we do have 3 people that are Armenian on the council, I think it's very important to point out that a lot of you, to various degrees, all of you, to various degrees, have benefited from white privilege. And all of you also have made decisions that are racist policy decisions in various ways. Some of you, specifically Ara, has made comments less than 2 years ago referring to people of color as colored people. When he was called out, he had the audacity to actually try to defend his statement, quote unquote, colored people to call people of color in the public meeting in City Council. Words that are hurtful, words that really hark to the racist environment that we live in. There's also, of course, actions that speak louder than words. And a lot of you have made policy decisions, Ara specifically had policy positions that are deeply racist. Earlier today, you as a body and some specific council members again voted in favor of tenant instability, in favor of tenant disenfranchisement, in favor of economic violence towards tenants. Renters are disproportionately people of color, disproportionately immigrants, and disproportionately working paycheck to paycheck. Fighting for housing as a human right is anti-racist. And the position against housing as a human right is deliberately racist position. I remember and shudder at the metaphor I was making a year and a half ago about your attitude towards tenants as second-class citizens and disproportionate disposable members of the community during our rent control fund. I said that you have your foot on my neck, Ara Nigerian and Paul Divine. Today, in light of George Floyd's murder by police, that is an ominous image. It is with horror at the irresponsibility and treatment of tenants as disposable residents by some members of our city council that I stand by that comment today. In the world that you'd like to live in, Ara, as a response to your practice of mass-scale economic and social violence towards tens of thousands of my neighbors, a rookie Glendale PD officer would break down your front door, throw you on the floor of your own house, and pin you to the ground with his knees for 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes. That is not the world I want to live in. That is not the city I want to live in. I want to live in a city where everyone's life and dignity and stability are protected. You complained about being called racist and evil a couple of weeks ago. Today, I tell all my neighbors that you love to see us suffer because, again, your actions speak louder than words. Prove me wrong and become the champion of matching the strongest existing tenant protections in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other call?
2 more callers. Jim, you're live. Jim?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Jim Smith, Political Coordinator for Teamsters Local 396, representing waste and recycling workers throughout the region, including many of those currently servicing commercial accounts in the city of Glendale. As such, we and our members are very much a crucial stakeholder in the city of Glendale and its commercial waste and recycling system. There seems to be a lot of confusion and misinformation surrounding the commercial waste item that was adopted at the July 7th meeting. Firstly, there was a misstatement at the meeting concerning the length of the contract that was being adopted. Staff suggested that the contract being negotiated was a minimum 5-year contract, when in fact it was a minimum 10-year contract. Secondly, there was confusion concerning the ability of staff to negotiate with all 8 haulers. The direction given to staff in the item that was passed only gives staff the ability to negotiate with the 4 disqualified haulers if, and only if, negotiations do not go well with the 4 selected haulers. Finally, there was misleading information presented about the ability of the city to void the contract if a franchisee fails to meet its commitment. The reality is, once a contract is executed, it is extremely difficult to void the contract. Given the amount of confusion surrounding this matter, we request that the council pull this item back in for further deliberation so that a more thorough, better informed discussion can take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Matt, you're live. Matt?
Yeah, hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Matt Blackburn, and I'm the Vice President of Universal Waste Systems. I come before you tonight regarding the decision at the last council meeting to remove my company from the negotiations for the solid waste contract. I humbly ask that you reconsider your decision and put this item back on the agenda for further consideration. I have 2 main reasons for this request, which we outlined in more detail in the letter that we sent to the mayor and copies to all of you this morning. Our first reason is we believe that there was miscommunication between staff and City Council about the term of the contract and the rights to terminate that were discussed in detail with the mayor. We would specifically call you to review the council meeting video, paying close attention at 3 hours and 51 minutes for about 5 minutes of discussion. The contract is not a 5-year contract with a 5-year option. It is a 10-year contract with 2 5-year options to extend after the first 10 years, making it up to a 20-year agreement. In addition, we believe the mayor clearly stated that he was supporting the agreement as long as the city had an absolute right to end it after 5 years, and this simply is not the case. Staff also made mention to the fact that the agreement could be terminated for non-performance. While this clause is in most contracts, it is extremely difficult to do, often gives ample time for any contractor to cure the problem, and would most definitely end up in some type of litigation. We believe that the contract term and termination clause were explained were inaccurate and led the council to make a decision based on this incorrect information. Second, UWS believes that the council's decision to eliminate anyone from the negotiations prior to having the facilities and rates presented to the council for consideration is not in the best interest of the city. Facilities are extremely important to ensure compliance and the city's goals are met. The City of Glendale effectively eliminated the companies that have the infrastructure in place to provide for the processing of recyclables, green waste, and organics needed to ensure the city remains in compliance with state mandates. The rates have the biggest impact on the residents and the businesses. UWS not only offered competitive rates, but we enhanced our proposal by offering millions of dollars to purchase the city's existing operations, containers, and vehicles. At the last council meeting, city staff mentioned that the trucks and equipment were being held together by Band-Aids, worth very little bit, and would go to auction. UWS's offer should have been explored further, especially in these uncertain times. UWS has the references, experience, facilities, infrastructure, and the enhancements of several millions of dollars to the city for your operation. We can't think of any reason continuing to negotiate with our company would not be in the best interest of the city. However, we can think of many reasons it is not in the best interest to keep UWS out of the negotiations. We strongly urge the City Council to bring this item back and reconsider your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Mayor, no more callers. That
No
was
more
the last
calls?
call.
Okay. Oral communication is closed.
Can I ask a question about,
Yes, please, Mr. Watt.
Ms. Devine, were you going to ask the question?
No, go right ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to ask if Mr. Garcia could comment on the point that was made about miscommunication on the term and the contract, the rate to terminate, and some of those points.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Rotman, I think it's probably best for us to provide a written memo to the council on those points. And then if the council wants to have a discussion about it later, they can always agendize it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Devine.
Mayor? Yes, thank you. Mr. Garcia, I just need a clarification. I'm terribly sorry to take us back to the face covering issue. I just wanted to make sure that the amendment that we approved includes the strengthening of the enforcement by our Glendale Police Department on face coverings.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Devine, as we noted, the authority for the city, whether it's the police department or neighborhood services, to issue citations for face coverings is already in that order. What you did give us direction was to bring back a motion to incorporate the county's health orders into a city order so that all of the orders can be enforced by way of administrative citation. So we'll bring that back to you at the earliest possible time.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I guess, may I have a motion to adjourn? Right?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. The meeting is adjourned at 10:45 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.